So here we are in sunny Brisbane at the miniature train show, new vending venue at the R&A showgrounds. So we'll go inside and have a little look, hey? So we're going to miss the entry here, and we'll go walking in here. A few of the traders over here. We've got Adam, Whiskey Models, CGL down the background, George at Aurora Trains there. So we'll go for a little wander around. We've got the police are here. We got all the
real fast one coming this way.
You boys want to complain, I reckon food's expensive at the American train shows. Only place in the world where you can get a $12 hot dog. So we'll go back this way. And we'll go for a little wander around and see what we can see. So all the guys from the British Model Railway Club here. Railway Modelers of British Modelers of Rail Australia.
I think with the EVA unit, how pack and control all of them, how heavy they are.
Yeah. I'm a bit happy to put 3 people on. We've got 3 people operating this layout, so if I get bored with something today, I can just walk off and do something else.
And somebody else comes in. Yeah. What does it come to? Look at them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 4 there. We all look after each other's train.
Then it would go automatic on the way.
So what else? We got more retailers down here. Solid Models, Train World, SDS Models. And look who we've caught over at SDS Models.
Oh, hello.
It's Mr. Whiskey. He's diversifying into quality railroads. He's going Victorian.
I'm not going into the morbidly obese gauge or the fat gauge. I'm still sticking with the Queensland supermodel gauge. I'm just doing a bit of shopping.
Oh, right.
So, yeah.
We'll drop over and catch you later on.
How there, mate?
So, I wonder here. Alco World over here. Burford's Tools. 2 up, 2 down. Keep moving around. More traders. Oh look, here we go. Here's someone who'll give us a bit of entertainment. G'day, Craig.
Howdy, Marty.
Say g'day to everybody in YouTube land.
Hi, everyone in YouTube land.
So he's been busily working here. So what are you working on today?
Well, we're doing some gen sets. And the other thing, we've got a fast unloader and a loader for coil steel wagons.
Ah,
Because we run operations on our layout, don't we, Marty?
that's
You've been
correct.
round.
Yeah. They're neat.
Martin.
I like the generators though.
Someone asked for 10 yesterday.
Did they? So what's delivery time on them?
It's when I can get to see them. They'll be finished tomorrow. Guess what I'm doing tomorrow at home?
Oh, look who's sitting there at the front here. That looks like PK in the deck chair.
That is PK. You can tell by the beard
That's correct.
and the beer in his hand.
And the beer.
Well, that could be me.
And we've got some dump masters,
And that's
vending
called a
machines.
party. That's a pallet of beer
Pallet of beer.
on the pallet.
Martin, I just wanted to tell you that we look as though we will be coming up there.
Okay, okay.
You've always got a set of shelves in your garage, haven't you, Marty?
Yeah.
Have you got ones with a pull-out drawer on it?
No, I haven't, especially in HO.
It actually pulls out.
Neat. Neat. And of course, wouldn't be Australia without outback toilets.
And of course the door works.
And the door falls off. There you go.
You've seen the old incinerator?
44-gallon drum with the beauty. Well, we shall continue on. Had a good show.
Excellent.
It's a good venue, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's better than it has been. We'll catch you later. Oh, look out, Arthur's here. We better go and see what Arthur's been building.
What are you up to?
Looks like he's been putting loads on trucks by the looks of it.
Yeah, making wool bales
Wool bales,
out of balsa and tea bags.
balsa and tea bags.
Yeah. And wagons. Styrene.
Yeah. Well done. Well, that's the kit making section, so we'll say good day to Arthur and Craig and we'll move on to the next bit.
Way of life for them that they have pulled for the day, but
Propeller you on the back?
one's this train? Oh, that one's ours.
Oh, cool. You can see the camera.
That's ours. That's ours.
Yeah, there's a camera on top of it.
Yeah, that's ours. Hey, there's a helicopter. Oh, there's a helicopter.
Oh, we're over with our old mates at the Railway Models of Queensland.
The best layout.
Oh, it's second best layout in the show, I'd say. But then again, I'm biased, you see.
We know that.
We've seen that one at shows a fair bit, so we'll go down here and have a quick look. Oh, look. You bring a camera out and look what happens. Reporter on the spot.
John.
Amtrak have dropped.
Same thing, same place. Back, yeah.
And we've got the digital repair crew out here. The 5-digit repair crew. Is that big enough, Dallas?
Actually, we did bigger at Bundaberg
Bigger at Bundaberg?
with only one loco.
I caught him out. Okay, where are we going to go next? Here we go, we've got the Western Suburbs Model Railway Group here. Bits and pieces.
welcome guys to the third NMRA virtual convention. Gordy has left us Aussie guys in charge for the next 6 hours, so this could be fun. I'm your host Brad, and I'm joined by Martin here in the studio in the hot seat.
How we doing? We got a couple of surprises for Gordy tonight, I believe.
We sure do. So he'll be nice and tickled by these, I dare say. I just want to let everyone know that we're having a virtual door prize. To enter this, all you've got to do is hit a post on Instagram or Facebook with hashtag NMRAx for the chance to win a $50 gift certificate to Mini Prints. And Mini Prints have some awesome 3D printed details for your layout. To get us started here, because we're ahead of the rest of the world time-wise, I'd just like to give all you American folks the Saturday winning lotto numbers. They're 38, 58, 59, 64, 13 with a Powerball of 21. So you might want to note those down and duck down and grab a ticket later on. So while us Aussies are a skilled bunch with the sandpaper, we're also pretty good with time travel. So we're jumping back into the time machine, heading back 15 hours to the state of Texas, where we're joined by an Eagle Scout, a chairman of the 2023 National Convention. Sorry about that. And I'd like to hand it over to Mike Mackey for some scenery with forest foam. Take it away.
Thanks, Brad. How are you guys this morning? I want to welcome everybody to the state of Texas. It's a little early over here. I'm looking at my clock and it says 5:02, and we're going to have a great clinic for anybody that's up and watching with us right now. If you guys have never used regular florist foam, and I'm going to just hold this up to the camera here, these blocks, you can find them at any supplier that does floral work. I buy them wholesale by the case for doing these clinics and for anything else. You can take these blocks, and one of the things I do to create terrain and elevation on a layout is glue them together in whatever shape form you have. I've already, through the magic of television, got a couple here that have been hot glued together. Now, one of the things that I'm going to do here and show you guys is the way that you can literally take these and carve them with anything at all. Now, I'm going to switch cameras here just for a second, and we're going to pick up another camera. And let's see here, right here on this camera. Well, I'm saying we're going to switch cameras. It's trying to. There we go. Yeah, come on now, guys. Well, maybe we're not switching cameras then after all. Let's go back to our regular camera. All right, we'll just hold it up. So with this right here, this florist foam is extremely easy to carve. Literally, you can, if you wanted to, carve it with a pencil and carve whatever you're doing with it. Now, I've got these two pieces already glued together, and we're going to adjust this down here just like this. There we go. We're going to take this and we're going to carve these two. I'm going to be using this, and we're going to carve a scene. I can use this. I'm going to carve this, and we're going to make a hill here and just carve this florist foam away. You can scrape it. You can put whatever you want to and just literally shape your terrain. Now, I'm going to come all the way down here, and where this cut is here, I'm going to shape it. Now, here's another thing that I've used and I've found that's a good way to cut even pink foam is a regular putty knife. And watch how it just slices through this. And you can do this with pink foam as well to shape this And I'm going to come in here and smooth this out where these two pieces are joined together. In the States, a case of the Flores foam wholesale is somewhere in the neighborhood of about $25. Not very expensive, and you get, I think you get 24 or so blocks of this foam just like this. And so a minute ago, we had a ledge here, but as you can see now, we've actually got a large piece of foam that's got a good piece of terrain on it. Now I'm going to come in here. I'm going to smooth this out a little bit. And the good thing about this foam when you're using it is you can't mess up. You literally cannot mess up. I've done this clinic so many times, and in a live event as a make and take, and people, once they found out and they can get past the fear of doing scenery because they get intimidated by doing scenery, they find out, well, yeah, I can do that after all. And so we're going to come in here and shape this a little bit more. Now, I'm going to remove all of our leftovers here and drop those. Since we're got Aussies doing the first part of the telecast here, we're going to put this in the rubbish bin. All right. And then now we've got this terrain here that we're going to be working with. Now, what you can do is you can stack these end to end and create whatever you want to, and it's removable if you want to take it off your layout, or just put the hot glue on the bottom of it and pop it down, and now you've got instant terrain. On track side, you can go up, you can go down, you can do whatever you want to. Now I'm going to come in here with this, and we're going to make a cut in here and a terrain cut down through here and lay this open like this and shape it to where we've now got a place where there will be some drainage in here. And literally, you can see how in just 8 minutes, this is really starting to shape up. And let's take this and do something like that and give it a little bit more texture. Now, I'm going to show you another technique here. As I mentioned before, you can take a pencil and carve this. We're going to do that right now. I'm going to take this pencil here, and we're going to actually come in here and do some fine work in here. Just taking the pencil, and you can literally draw your lines in here and carve out your rock face. And if you wanted to have rocks, if you just wanted to have regular terrain, you're good. But I think the lighting may be giving a little bit of a glare right here, but I'm just taking this pencil and adding some detail in here on this piece. just some fine detail that lets it look a little bit more realistic. Let me get this right here. Piece of the glue where they glued together, still stuck in there. But we're going to come in here and make a little hole right in there and make an overhang. So now we've got some actual terrain in here. Do another little overhang on this side. This time I'm using a semblance of a X-Acto knife tool, one of the little heavier blades in here. And just scrape away what you don't want in here. Use your imagination, see what you can come up with. The thing about scenery is, like I said, you cannot mess it up. Don't be bashful about it. You'll get better with practice, and that's the main thing. Practice it and enjoy what you're doing. Use your imagination, see what you can come up with. So I've got, get rid of these things here. All right, now I have found, and I don't know if everyone has access to this, but Krylon camouflage paints, they come in by Rust-Oleum. They have another brand here. If you can see that one, I think this is reversed. I'm not sure. Brad, is this reversed on the camera? Or is it, can you read the labels? You can read the labels just fine? Okay. So these right here are a camouflage type spray can, just a regular rattle can. And we're going to come in here, always use a ventilated area to do this. Luckily, my workbench today has a fan blowing across it, so I won't get too many fumes here. And we're going to spray this and change the color of this right here. This does not attack the foam, as you can see. This is a sand color, what they call their sand. And you can see how now the texture and all the different cuts that I put in there are starting to come to life. Now, another thing I'm going to do is come back in here with a darker color. This particular one is earth brown. And we're going to highlight some stuff in here. Practice and use your textures, use different colors. Get your shadows in here underneath the overhangs and highlight them with the brown, the earth, the darker colors. It doesn't matter whether you start with the light or the dark, you'll still be able to come up with what you're looking for. Let's try this a little. This is a little more of a primer type color, but you want to use your different colors. Now, if I come all the way over this, to me, now that's not really what I want. So in many people's eyes, that would be saying, no, I don't like that at all. Okay, that's great. Let's come back in here and start all over again. So I'm going to come back in here and put that sand back over there. Get that end right there. Come around to this end. Put it in there. And now we're going to come back and hit that earth brown again. And you can see, guys, you really can't mess this up. So now I've got some terrain on there and some color to it. Now the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to add some ground cover. Now there's a lot of different ways to go about the ground cover. You can, some people start from the top and go down. Some people start from the bottom and come up. I've heard a lot of different ways to do this. What we're going to do is we're going to start with some turf and let your paint kind of be some adherence for you and let it hold this turf in. We're going to come back in a few minutes and set it. And I'm just sprinkling this on here very lightly. And that got a little bit too much right there, so I'm going to wipe it off. Now I've got some turf there, and it's starting to get some color to it. I'm now going to come back in here and add some different, this is just a box of extra leftovers that I ended up with whenever I got through doing some work on the layout. I always try to keep these things because you never know when you're going to use it. And let's take some Aleenes, and we're going to just put it up here on here. I'm just going to rub it around with my fingers. Keep a paper towel handy. See how that paint is starting to color up the glue? That's really a good thing, because now I've got some glue that's going to take on the texture and color of the terrain. And I'm going to come back in here and sprinkle some of this leftovers. Just kind of tap it down with my finger. It's got some wood chips in it. That's fine. And this is just a mixture of different colors of foam and ground foam to drop this in here. And now you're starting to see how this is starting to really take shape. And what have we been doing here for 16 minutes now? And we've already got something that's starting to take shape here. Now, I use a lot of different materials whenever I'm doing scenery to try to get different looks and everything of how I'm doing this. One of the things I use is I'll take the ground cover from like Woodland Scenics or other manufacturers, and I'm going to stretch this ground cover out and make it very, very thin. And I'm going to really stretch it out. Now, if you look at that, you can hardly even see the fiber that connects it all. So I'm going to take this. Sometimes I'll leave it a large clump like this. But most of the time when I'm doing crawling vines and things like that, I'm going to come in here and really stretch it thin. And I'm going to let that vine crawl underneath the cut. It's going to be thicker there. Think about where water is going to drain and how the vine is going to crawl towards its nutrition source, the water. And it's going to start to come in here and straighten up just like this. If you're working on your AP, to me, scenery is one of the easiest ones to do. On my trek to get MMR, scenery was one of the first ones I knocked out. And it's really easy to get it knocked out and get that done. Now I'm going to take some smaller tree material here. This is literally material that I got from a dollhouse manufacturer that does dollhouse scenery. So you can use this. This came in a larger clump. And what you may want to do is take it and tear it apart and use it as, I mean, I can literally, if I wanted to, I'm going to take this and snap that branch off. Now I've got two pieces here. We're going to use them to give it some vertical texture. And I'm going to hit that Aleene's again. One of the things I've found for a really good source is when you're finished with your shot glass for your 2 fingers or your shot for the day, then turn it upside down, and it's a great location for your glue right there. At the end, when the glue dries, just reach in there and peel off the glue. So I'm going to come in here and glue this in. Now I'm starting to get some vertical height on this. We're going to let this piece kind of sit up here. I'm going to hide the stem underneath the foliage. Let's see how that's going to fit in there. There we go. All right. Put that in there like that. Never ever get rid of dead tree trunks. Or in this case, here's a place where there's some bushes growing over. And what I've got here is, if I can get my hand in there, I've got some of the ground cover that I had a minute ago that I was using for running vine. Now I've just mixed it in with some pieces of twigs from the yard, and get those twigs and everything and just put them in here, and we're going to glue them down right up here. I'm just going to apply the glue in here, and we're going to let this sit up here on the hillside. Just like that. And now we've got a brush pile on the top of our hill. You can come back in. Here's some more of the material from the dollhouse supply. Now, naturally, this would be a small hedge for a dollhouse. We don't want that much of it. So I'm going to come in here and just break this off. And now we've got a little bush here that's growing. But I like the texture that I'm going to be able to get here with this. And it's going to let me get something not flat, but 3D out of it. Now, I'm going to come back in here. Here's another little small piece of textured material. Same supplier. Get some more glue. The main thing I want to get across to you guys is don't let scenery intimidate you at all. We're going to stick this guy right over here in that cut, just like that. Come back in, take some trees. And now, put that glue back up there. Come back with some cheap hairspray. And when I say cheap, I'm talking about the stuff that your wife or daughter or girlfriend would never ever buy, because the lacquer in it's so loud, and it doesn't do them any good. It's not what they want. The cheaper the better, because it's got more sticky in it, if you will, to put that together. And how long did that take us? 20 minutes? 25 minutes? Hairspray. And when I say cheap, I'm talking about the stuff that your wife or daughter. Here's another one of these same type scenes that I did at another clinic as an example, and you can see exactly what you're doing. You can add some more rocks in, add a little bit of rock in here. And we'll have some gravel running down through here. Just to add some extra texture. Anything you can add in here for texture and something that's going to attract the eye, that's what you want to do. So scoot this up a little bit, get it a little bit better in the camera. There you go. Now you've got your scenery here. These pieces like this are very portable. It's good for doing modules on any scale whatsoever. And you can take them to train shows, whatever. This is a great clinic or example demonstration to do while you're at a train show. You can sit there and literally be making little scenery vignettes. It's great for dioramas. It's also a place, if you've got a long flat stretch across your layout and you want to add some texture to it, you can do that as well. So we've got time for some questions. Anybody have any questions they want to ask? Do we have any questions out there, Brad?
Yeah, we've got a couple out here already.
Okay.
The first one was, how do you control the dust while you're cutting the foam?
It really doesn't have a lot of dust. It's got whatever dust you have normally falls directly straight down. And the foam, how's the word I'm going to look for here? The consistency of the foam makes it more of a particle than it does a dust. And so when you carve it away, you can just vacuum it up or just sweep it away like I did. And I just swept it into the trash can.
Yeah, okay. What about the offcuts? Do you have any uses for those, or how do you use those around your layout?
You can take the offcuts, and when you'd like, if you could, you can glue those back in other places to add more terrain or whatever. So yeah, I'm a fan of trying to salvage anything that you can out of the experiment and when you're doing your cutting. Yeah, sure enough.
Okay. Do you think we could use the same technique for creating concrete with the forest foam?
You can do anything you want to, absolutely. And you can carve cut faces out of it. You can carve tunnel portals. Literally, if you take this and here's a small X-Acto knife here, and we can start carving a rock face, a brick pattern, if you will, and just come in here and carve that brick out. And now I'm going to come back in here and cut the individual bricks in, or rocks, or a stone face, or whatever, and how they're laid in here. And you can literally start carving it any way you want to make anything else. So you're exactly right. Very good question. And this foam is so versatile for things like that. Sure enough. Now, I will tell you, when you get it on your layout, if you've got people that are somewhat less than knowledgeable about how to act or handle things around a layout, this foam is so flimsy that I can literally take my finger and punch into it. So if somebody puts an elbow down or swings around or whatever, they could in fact do some damage here, and you may have to replace that. That's the downside. Okay, but all in all, if I needed to, I could come in here with, this is a tool I picked up at the home repair supply store, and this knife literally will slice this just like this, and I can come in here and cut this out just like this, and now just peel that off. So if you needed to replace something, it's easily patched. All right.
Great. Peter and Michael ask, the first one is, what size do the blocks of foam that you use come in? And the other one is all the foam equal in makeup and quality?
I have found that they are. It's the way that the product is designed to be used by the florist. So they put this in the bottom of a flower arrangement. It's pretty uniform. Whenever they are making those floral arrangements, they just stick this in the bottom. It is water soaks into it, and it will keep a plant or a stem, a rose, whatever, that's stuck into it moist, and it will let that cut off stem soak up the water. Now, you ask about size. I'm not going to go metric. This is in standard rule, 8 inches by 3 inches by 8 by 3 by 3. So
in metric terms, it's 200 by 75 by 75 for
thank you, Brad. Appreciate the translations for everybody else around the world. You know how these Yanks are, you know.
Yeah. Yes. How do you protect the edges, say where it comes up to the edge of your layout and stuff like that, from chipping?
Another good question. I have on my layout, I have a 19 by 39 foot layout just off the camera here. I'm in my train room. I'm lucky enough to have my desk where I work from on a daily basis in my train room. So how many people get to work in their train room every single day? But I have found that people like to set things on the layout, whether it's a soft drink or whatever. They like to set it on the layout. So I have built little trays that I mounted to the fascia that's got a cup holder in it, and it's just a small round desk. It's maybe a foot long, and it's about 6 inches tall. I set that up there. Now, also, I will take clear acrylic, and do a terrain cut if it's down beside the layout, so that's going to protect that edge. To answer the question directly, it's going to protect that edge of the layout to keep that foam from chipping off and doing like that. Now, another thing that's good about this is, and this is in the other one, you notice that the tops of this have in fact had that same problem that the question refers to. It's got some chipping up here. That's very easily rectified. You just come in here. If it's got a chip on it, okay, let that be part of the terrain, and then just come back in here and hit it with the paint and put some ground foam over it, and nobody ever knows it's chipped because it's now repaired again.
Nice. Do you have any problems with moisture? Based on that it absorbs water pretty well, that foam, and is it a problem using acrylic paints due to that reason?
None whatsoever. It's when it soaks up the water, it normally wicks from the bottom. I don't. My layout is in a environmentally controlled area in my home, in my second story of our house. I don't have a lot of moisture that's going to seep in here humidity wise or anything like that. So I've never found a problem. I've used this technique on museum layouts, on commercial layouts that I build. you go to mikesroundhouse.com, you can see some of the work that we've done. That is my company. We build layouts. We do that for people all across. Literally, we've built layouts from Los Angeles to Atlanta and all across the state of Texas. I've got myself and several other MMRs that work together, and we do layouts. We've used this technique on a lot of different layouts in different locations. Houston is one of the highest humidity areas in the States. It rains at 2 o'clock in the afternoon for about 15 minutes, and the high heat doesn't do anything but just send that moisture that once it rains and hits the concrete down there, it just turns into a fog, and it's just horrible humidity there. And in that environment in Houston and Galveston, the layouts that I've worked on down there, the Galveston Train Museum is literally on the island right next to the ocean, and no problems whatsoever.
Okay. Can we just quickly retouch, because I know everyone out there likes to know the products exactly now that they've seen the clinic. So can we just touch on the brands of all the products, paints, glues, and stuff like that used?
Yeah, the Florist foam, it's just a generic Florist foam. I don't even know the brand. I just go in and it's just got a box, and I don't even see the box it came in now. But it's just a generic Florist foam, and I wish I could be more specific than that, but it's available at any place that go look at in your local area for Florist supply, and you'll be able to find it really easy. You can do that, or go to a florist shop and ask them, where do you get your supplies? I need some Florist foam, and it's really inexpensive, and it's easy to use. The products, a lot of the stuff that I use as far as ground cover is Woodland Scenics or other comparable ground cover material. The paints, again, this is the Rust-Oleum camouflage. This is the earth brown to give it the darker color for shading. I used Rust-Oleum red primer, flat red primer. Okay, and so again, these are just rattle cans. This one is a satin taupe. I just go to the paint section and just start looking at the colors of the tops for different shades of earth colors, earth tones. This is another one this is a Krylon brand of camouflage, and this one is sand. And I've got in my paint collection, here's another sand here that's the same brand here. I've probably got 12 or 14 different earth tones that I'll use at any one time on any section. If I'm doing a large section of a layout or brickwork or whatever, I'll put layer upon layer upon layer of these colors, because if you go outside and you look at a cut, or if you look at anything that we're trying to model where you can see the earth, it's got shades, subtle shades everywhere that is going to catch the eye. It's not all one color. So layer those shades on top of each other and layer your textures of your materials so that you get something that looks very realistic when you're doing your scenery. It's and it's hard for you to tell in the lighting, but there's probably, because of the mixtures of the paint. And if you'll remember, during the clinic, I intentionally went over this with that red primer and messed up, if you will, the coloring on there. But you could never tell that I did that if you look at this piece. Okay, so I intentionally did something and did a screw up on it so that everyone could understand you cannot mess this up. Okay, it is a great tool for beginners. And here's another thing: with this Floret foam, like you have it here, okay, you can practice off layout your techniques and your skills before you go in and try to apply it to your layout. Does that make sense? So you can hone your skills in a safe environment before you're trying to do it on your final product. And that's invaluable. And I mean, we just sit here and did this on my work desk. I mean, it's really easy to do, and I thought it turned out pretty well. What do you guys think?
I think it looks good, very simple and easy. There was a comment here in the chat. Could you use the PVA to help stop chipping of the edges?
I guess that's a possibility. Yeah. Anything that you could put on there to help give it some stability would certainly be to your advantage.
And the only other question,
I've never used that. I'll put it that I will add that. Okay.
Okay. The only other question I can see straight up now is how many coats of hairspray did you put down to help hold everything in place?
Well, I didn't put any on this one because the hairspray is just out of reach, and I didn't want to get up and go off camera. I should have had it here with me. But normally, just soak it in there pretty good with one coat. If you need to come back and add it, you can normally come up and touch it with your finger and see if it's movable. If it is, you may want to hit it again. But normally, one coat normally does it.
Okay. Martin, did I miss anything, or you have any further questions there?
Just a hot glue gun that's got the sticks that melt. You know, any hobby store's got the, or hobby supply store, like a craft store that where women would buy anything to do crafting with, or sequins, beads, that kind of stuff. You just use a hot glue gun with the sticks like that. Yeah. Guys, for that matter, I'm not going to be gender specific. Oh, no. Now let me share with you. Okay, don't do that because she's got her divorce lawyer on speed dial on her phone. You just don't know it yet. And that guy or girl from Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe is going to be calling you and serving you papers so quick it'll make your head spin. Okay, so don't steal it. Don't steal it from your wife or your girlfriend, a significant other. Also, don't go in and steal their makeup brushes if you're trying to use and paint, do weathering techniques. They frown on that too. Okay, I'm just telling you.
Thanks.
Go to the beauty supply store and buy your own. You can do that. You know.
It's safer. It's a lot cheaper and it's a lot safer.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Thanks for that, Craig. I forgot to hit that button again. So yeah, the last questions that I asked Mike there, which was how he glued the blocks of foam together. No one in Streamland heard. Everybody here heard, but not in Streamland. So hopefully now I've hit the right button.
The type of glue is just any kind of a hot glue gun, hot glue that comes in the stick and goes through the hot glue gun. It's just a universal type. Yeah.
And it doesn't melt the foam when you apply it?
I beg your pardon? Say again?
It doesn't melt the foam when you apply it?
It does not. It does not. In fact, it will sit on the top of the foam and start to set up, and then you can plate those pieces of foam and put them together, and they adhere really quickly.
Cool.
And it's stable too. I have literally taken more than one block like this and glued them together and used them to support things. I mean, if I'm trying to compress this right now, I can't compress it together. I mean, it's stable. So you can literally use this to support other items. If you want to do a build up for a building area where you wanted to do some elevation changes, this is perfect for that. Again, it's lightweight. It's got a lot of good uses. Let your imagination be your guide. It has been a lifesaver in construction, in design, in scenery applications, anything like that. It's real easy to make a cut. If you're using a water technique, you can do that, make a waterfall, and then cut back underneath it to where the waterfall would come off. As you've seen a lot of different places try to do that. This stuff is really amazing. Not a lot of people think about using this for whatever reason, but I kind of stumbled onto it, and it works very, very well.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
So I've got a question, Mike. I've got a layout,
Sure.
probably 50 square feet of scenery needed. Do you have somewhere that we could buy this wholesale in bulk?
If you have got a tax ID number in the States, is the way it works. I don't know how it is in other countries, and we're literally global with this broadcast, so I can't address every single municipality and how that would work. But if in the States, if you've got a tax ID number and can go to a wholesale supply store, they're going to ask you for your tax ID number, and you can get it wholesale. That was the way I was getting it because of my layout construction company. I, in fact, had that tax ID number. I just went in and told them I need a case of the fluorofoam. And in fact, the place where I get this, I just know where they keep it, and I go over and pick up a case or two and go walking out up to the front desk for checkout. So, it's one of those things.
And
by all means, buy it wholesale if you can. Sure.
Yeah. And we have got a question here from Hassano. I'm not going to attempt the surname because I'll just kill that. But he was asking, is there any particular temperature spec for the hot glue sticks?
No, whatever will melt in your gun. Different guns have different temperature settings on them. Just make sure that the stick matches your gun. Whenever you squeeze it, it's going to melt it at the right temperature for that particular gun. So that would be a particular that you need to know going in for the purchase based off of the equipment you have. Or you can just go to the craft store and buy a hot glue gun. And many times in the packaging, they'll already have some sticks in there if you don't own a hot glue gun. I've found a hot glue gun to be extremely beneficial whenever I'm doing rock work to help glue that to the base of what I'm working with. If I've got castings or things like that, or I built a rock wall, an entire cut seam that was probably 10.5 feet long, about 1.5 feet, 18 inches tall. And then it was probably maybe 10 inches deep. So it was long, flat, and tall. And I took that hot glue gun and literally made my castings and fit them all together, and then came back in there with my spray cans and sprayed in, got my textures the way I wanted it, and then added everything else in there to make those cuts and everything. So a hot glue gun is invaluable whenever you're doing some work. If you don't own one, go get one.
Okay. And I think we got a final question. I think it's coming here from it's from Tony in Lismore, and he's asking, can you cut it with a hot wire or a hot knife?
You can, but you don't have to. I've found it easier to just use a putty knife or X-Acto knife or another X-Acto type blade or a pencil or one of these. The hot knife, I mean, you can use that, but I didn't see the necessity of it because it's so easily cut otherwise.
Okay. Have you found that the foam breaks down and goes brittle over time?
I have seen none of that. It's another good question. I've seen none of that. It holds its shape. It does not go brittle. I don't know if it's UV sensitive. So if you're going to use it in a garden railroad environment, I don't know if that's the case you may be encountering. You might, and if you're using it outdoors, you always stand the chance that if it rains, it's going to soak up some water. So now it will dry right back out. I will tell you that if it does, in fact, soak up some water, because that's just the nature of the product, the water will naturally dry up and go away. So if you do spill something on it or it gets wet, don't fret. It's going to be fine. But I don't know what it would be like in a garden railroad setting. I'll give that qualification.
Okay.
I think that's all the questions I can see in the chat. What do you think, Brad?
Yeah, I think we've covered everything that I've seen come up.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well,
I wanna take one final thing, if you don't mind, Brad and Martin.
go for it.
I know that this pandemic that we're all suffering worldwide has got everybody locked down, and it caused the this year's national convention to be postponed or canceled. I'm looking forward to being in Santa Clara next year. I don't know what the conditions are for 2022 yet, based off the fact that the people in Birmingham had to withdraw. But I would want to go on and invite everyone to come to the 2023 convention in Dallas Fort Worth. It's the first time we've ever had a convention here. I am the convention chair, along with our division. Division 1 of the Lone Star region is putting that convention on in conjunction with Division 3 of the Lone Star region. Donna Orr is a co-chair with me on that project. Look forward to having everybody there. It's going to be a great time. It's going to be a week long of things that we're going to have so many things on that convention agenda that you will not be able to do them all. Trust me, I will tell you that. And we want to make sure that everybody comes to that. Also, if you're interested in anything else that we're doing in our division, I invite you to go to Cowcatcher Division. And I'll move this out of the way. And here in the background, you can see cowcatcherdivision.org is our division website. We have past examples of our newsletter. We put out a monthly newsletter in our division. We've got about 168 people in our division. We're very active. We're doing a lot of good things. And we are going to start streaming our meetings when we get back to a face-to-face environment. We'll start streaming all of our meetings online with a Zoom or recording them and YouTube. We're going to start recording them and posting them on our YouTube channel. And you can find a link to that on our website. So go on out there, look at cowcatcherdivision.org. We invite that, and we'd love to. We had a Zoom meeting for a division meeting 2 weeks ago, and we had literally, it was a worldwide broadcast. We had a person from Kuwait City. Gordy joined us from Scotland. We had people in Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, Arizona, and California, all to our division meeting. So would invite anybody else that wants to let us know. Would like to have you.
Oh, you never know. You might get a couple of Aussies dropping in now.
No problem at all. It starts. Our meetings start at 10 a.m. on a Saturday morning. So I'll let you figure out the time difference.
Oh, that might be a bit early in the morning. And talking about streaming on different formats, for all of those out in Facebook land, we now are streaming live into YouTube. So if you want to go and turn on your smart TV and lie on the couch and watch the rest of the NMRAx shows, they should be all on live stream on YouTube as well on the NMRA channel. So we're now got the technology. It actually ran this clinic all the way through, so I feel confident that we can get through the next 11 hours. What do you reckon, Brad?
Look, as long as we get through the next 5, I'll be happy.
Yeah,
the rest can be Gordon's problem.
That's right. We hand it over to Gordy at halftime, and then he can take over. Okay, thanks very much, Mike. I don't think I got anything else. What about you, Brad?
Nah, thanks, Mike, for a great clinic. Very
and Brad, it's Mike, not Mark.
Mike, sorry.
I've been called a lot worse by a lot better people, Brad. I'm going to tell you. All right.
Not a problem. Well, we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so with Jerry Hopkins from New South Wales in Australia with some more layouts from around the area. So I'll hit the buttons here and we'll be back shortly.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, welcome back. After a great clinic there, we jump back into our time machine as we head back to our sunburnt country. We're joined here by a guy that was once a Welshman, now an Australian. He's the AP Chair of Australia. He's been all over the country filming layouts for years in preparation for this pandemic. So sit back with your morning coffee or your nightly cold beer and enjoy another set of layout tours from Jerry.
Okay, so we'll hit the video now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Broxburn Sidings. It's the terminal for a branch line in Queensland. The layout is running HON 42. In other words, it's a 3'6" gauge. And the layout runs on DC. It's been to a number of exhibitions and conventions around the state and is very popular. At one end there is a strange looking gadget. It's actually a storage turntable with 3 tracks. The train runs from the turntable onto the layout and shunts the cars to their required spots. You may notice a different type of coupler on the end of the cars and the locos. This is called the Jackson coupler, and it comes from the UK. Very handy on this type of layout. A smaller electronic magnet beneath the track is used to uncouple the cars. Operation of the turnouts is at the back of the layout on plungers. You will see posts with yellow markers on top. This just marks where the little magnets are located. They're about the size of a cigarette. So nice small diameter hole, which is a little ballast over the top and you won't know it's there. We also have steam on the layout. Everything seems to run very smoothly and very reliably. It does the switching. I didn't inquire as to what they were using to get the switching in the right areas, but as you can see, they're having fun. The storage turntable is at the back of the building where the loco is going in, and to get to the turntable he goes down the side of the building, out of sight. Most of the state of Queensland runs on 3'6" gauge track, main line, sidings, branch lines, heavy duty ore trains, even high speed tilt trains, which are very smooth once you're in them, all on 3'6". The loco is stopped alongside the white post with the yellow marker, which indicates the uncoupler magnet. And off it goes to get the next car. The diesel is finished switching for the day. And we'll connect up to the other end of the train, back out onto the main line and take it off into staging. Welcome to the Great Northern of Bob Best NMR. This HO layout replaces the old N-scale layout, also Great Northern, also running DCC from CVP. The layout is still under construction. Most of the buildings are scratch built and have yet to be mounted in place on the layout. It's still fun to operate, rather than put a train on and run it round and round and round and round. Construction on the layout has now stopped, as Bob will be moving from his current location in the Blue Mountains down into onto the lowlands to the west of Sydney. A lot of this is because of the available bushfires coming through the area, and it'd be safer down on the flatlands rather than up in the mountains. Fires have come to the back fence a couple of times. All the logs have been cleared from the log buggies, dropped into the log pond. The loco is now getting coupled up, ready to haul the empties back up the hill to where the trees are being cut and loaded.
Rule broken.
The loco is turned and is ready to run back around its train for the climb up to the logging area, where it will exchange the cars for loaded cars. The loco has to be at the back for safety reasons, and as you can see, it's a fairly steep climb up there to the staging yard. The loco will now bring the loaded cars out onto the departure track and put the empty trains on the back track, which is the arrival track, and then get ready to go back down the hill. A climax will come down from the logging camp, take the empties up to the logging area to put some more logs on. And the mallet is connecting to the loaded cars and will take them down the hill. Welcome to the Mandalong Sub. Just as the NMRAx Superliner is coming down the hill behind the paper mill. This is the N-scale layout of Trevor James. It's DCC running with CVP. Running past the grain elevators, and plenty of cars waiting to be switched by a later train. The train is switching the area near the stockyards. A few other industries there. Plenty of cows there today. The system is drop a car off, pick up a light car. It's very difficult for the majority of people to see the numbers on the N-scale cars. So if you've got 3 box cars and a reefer, you drop them off and you pick up an equal number. A pair of PAs pulling the Southern Pacific passenger train up the hill. It just passed a bunch of rail fans waiting on the hill for such an opportunity. What you see here is just 1/4 of the layout. The rest is being scenic and having some tracks changed, and will be in the next video of this particular layout. There's always things to do on a layout. A pair of Fairbanks Moor switchers are now switching around the small town with the grain elevators and plenty of other small industries to keep it busy for a while. A heavy freight is approaching the back of the paper mill. A triple header consists on the front. The bonus for today is the Union Pacific passenger train coming down the hill at the back of the paper mill. A group of photographers halfway down the hill will be very happy. Passenger train is followed by a freight. Some beautiful paint schemes on some locos these days. magnificent layout, Peter Sutton, Rio Grande Southern, HON3, and the Digitrax. Beautiful modeling, it blends in with the scenery very, very well. This is only one section of the layout, the rest is still under construction. Videotape this layout, I've used up my gaffer tape for the day. So I've got a bit of music to cover background noise, but not to cover the locals. Now we are down to Adelaide in South Australia. Like many of the good layouts in South Australia, this one is run on DC. The structures are different to the rest of Australia. You see by the corners of the brick buildings they have a different identity. So you always find out where you are by looking at the brickworks when you're in Australia. The yellow loco is the 800 class, same as a New South Wales 48 class. And for those who really want to know, it's an Alco 251 inline 6. These locos are the 900 class. They are identical to the New South Wales 44 class. And for those who are really interested, they're powered by Alco 251 V12s. Some of these were broad gauge and some were standard gauge. South Australia is unique in having 3 gauges. The main line from one end of the state to the other is standard gauge, and now the new line up to Adelaide is standard gauge, but used to be 3'6". A number of the smaller lines around Adelaide are 3'6", and stuff coming in from Victoria runs broad gauge. Very interested to see some of the track combinations around the place. Welcome to Steve Chapman's ON30 layout. It's a small town going off of a branch line. There's plenty of people milling around and making plenty of noise. There were people outside the train room who were doing the same sort of thing, so I'll let the background noise on. Put a little bit of light music on for you. The layout is in a single car garage, so there's not a great deal of space between the sections, especially when a few people try to car shoot, so I could not use a tripod for this lot. Excuse the shaking from the hand of Yeah, you're okay. This beautiful British prototype layout has been to a number of exhibitions across the southern states. That's South Australia, Victoria and Tasmania. It runs perfectly, and there are a number of unusual situations like the helper engine on the train going through now. Those veggies look very, very inviting. especially this weather. LMS unusual version of the Garrett. Plenty of trains running, and I love the private owner wagons with all the different names down the side. What I grew up with. The layout is housed in Adelaide, and there are a lot of top quality British layouts in Adelaide, and none of them run DCC. Interesting. Here comes a very interesting Garrett. LMS were the only ones that I know of that ran the Garretts in the UK.
Okay, so we're back. That was another excellent video from Jerry. You must have you must have hundreds and hundreds of videos of layouts around the country. So I think there was a few questions there in the chat. Did you catch those, Brad?
Yeah. So the first one is, do you want to just touch lightly on some of the equipment you use? There's a few comments there on the lighting and that, and if you can just touch on the camera equipment.
Well, the lighting is whatever's supplied with the layout. I have no control over that. Most of them have pretty good lighting. Camera equipment for videos is a Canon HM300, which is now about 8 years old, but it's still working perfectly. So, yeah, it's just good equipment. I can't use anything but a Canon, seeing as I worked for them for almost 20 years.
Yeah, it's definitely a great way to keep track of your progress on the layout and share with others. So,
well, with conventions and exhibitions around the country, we treat it as a holiday and take a few days extra, and we can see all the extra layouts.
More Trains asked, the roundhouse stalls in one of the layouts were numbered out of sync. So it was 1, 3, 4. Is that a common practice?
Not that I know of. I've never noticed. I'll have to go back and have a look.
You got any questions over there in the YouTube chat, Martin?
Well, we had a couple there. There was Big Joe 6401 asked, why are there so many different track gauges in Australia? Are the track gauges set by each state, or is it countrywide? Well, we'll touch on that. Jerry will touch on that, but well, that's a subject that we've actually got one of our Australians putting a little clinic together on. So stay tuned for that one. It'll be coming up in the next 2 or 3 NMRAXs. But yeah, it is a hodgepodge of gauges over here, isn't there, Jerry?
Yeah, well, up until about 60 years ago, the states were competitive. So they didn't want people to cross over the border with their rails. So each one picked a different gauge. Queensland up north, Western Australia in west, Tasmania, they all went for 3'6". The smallest state, which is about the size of the UK, went for broad gauge. They followed the Irish, so they had an Irish engineer. And New South Wales, our little our state, we went standard gauge. But now, in the past 20, 25 years, the main line from each state city to each state is standard gauge. But having said that, the best running trains or the fastest trains are up in Queensland, something like the Spirit of Queensland, which is the most comfortable and the fastest trains, and they're narrow gauge.
Well, as most people know that know me, I model Victorian railways, so I've been told that I model the morbidly obese gauge. So now, what else did we have here? More Trains made a comment about seeing triple-headed signals and signal bridges on the little narrow gauge.
Yes, he also made a comment on the emphasis of running versus switching in some of those layouts.
Well, of the layouts there tonight, the switching, Great Northern does switching. The N-scale layout was switching, as you saw on there. The others were only running because I was there with a video camera and they just running trains round and round. And that normally puts me to sleep. But the last layout, the British layout, is an exhibition layout which travels around a few of the southern states. And the guy can get half a dozen trains running, and it's DC. How he can do that, I don't know. That's real multitasking. And the others, the narrow gauge layouts, they do switching, all of them, because we had what, 1, 2, 3, 4 narrow gauge layouts. They all.
So I don't have any more comments or anything here in the YouTube chat. There's David Wolf arrived from Maryland. More Trains also said it was neat seeing the locos like the Alco cab units with the whole Hostler windows and the rear end. So I think he must be talking about the New South Wales 44 classes.
Yeah, the one he would have seen tonight was the on the South Australian Railway. They have a 900 class, which is the same thing.
Okay, well, another great video. I think you entertained the masses overseas with the different modelling and layouts that we've got in Australia. So thanks again for that, Jerry. And I understand you got a couple of gems coming up in the future.
Yes, and the next one is what, 2 weeks?
I believe so.
NMRA, but I'll put a plug in, as my predecessor did. On the 6th of June is supposed to be our regional convention, which again is cancelled. In Sydney, it was to be held in Sydney. And there were a number of layouts on the north and the south of Sydney, which were going to be open for layout tours and operating sessions on some of them. So I'll be putting 2 videos up next Saturday. One northern, north of the massive river, as we call it, and one southern. A lot of good layouts there, and I'll put the location up on the Friday so people from anywhere else can go and see some more layouts. Quite a few of those will be different to the ones you've seen so far.
Excellent. Look forward to it. Thanks a million, Jerry.
That's okay. See you again, guys.
See you soon. And just to let everybody know out there, we are actually streaming live on YouTube as well. So if some of you have got a smart TV, you might want to make a big bowl of popcorn and go and curl up on the couch and watch it on the big screen TV, as well as Facebook. So if you're having problems with Facebook, if it's dropping out or giving you dramas, change over to YouTube. It's on the NMRA channel on YouTube. The other thing is, if you've got friends that you know out there that are not watching NMRAx because they don't want to go onto Facebook, tell them, send them a message and tell them that it's on YouTube as well now. And I don't know about you, Brad, but I think we'll have a little break and then
we'll have a bit of a break and we'll get into our next clinician.
Yep, we'll move country yet again. Okay.
Okay, welcome back, guys. Another round of great layouts from down here in Australia. I'll just like to mention the door prize that we've got running at the moment. So if you watch the slides in between clinics, it'll tell you how to enter them, but it's as simple as posting a post to Facebook or Instagram, hashtag NMRAx.
DeLorean, and we're heading back in time. It's 10 p.m. Saturday night here in Australia, and we're going all the way back to 8 a.m. Saturday morning. And we're up in Canada with Lloyd here. Lloyd Hennessy. Yeah, I've seen Lloyd's work around the place for a while now, and the one thing that always gets me about Lloyd is his interiors. Every building he's got has got some spectacular interiors, whether they're industry or whether it's a shop front or whether it's just someone's lounge room. But anyway, I guess we're going to see a bit of that later on. So Lloyd, how long have you been in the model railroading game?
It's going to be 5 years in November.
5 years in November. So you'd what some of the people would say is this would be your first layout that you've built?
Honestly, no, it's my second. The first one lasted, I'd say about 6 months before I tore it all down. Somebody had told me that, somebody asked me, what are your expectations of a model railroad? And I told him, well, to bring cars from here to there and from there to there. And he goes, then? I go, then bring them back. So he goes, maybe you need some help. So I got help from him, and it was a go.
Oh, excellent. So I understand you've got some PowerPoint slides, and you got a bit of a talk on your layout and the design behind it. And we've got a bit of a video to run then. And
yes.
And then hopefully we'll be fending off all the questions in the chat. So I'll stop rambling on, and I'll hand the stage over to you, and we'll make this screen full size.
Oh, no.
And it's over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Just to put everything in a context, I've never had a train when I was a kid. Never been on a train except when I was 2 years old. Like I said, never been around trains. Don't know anybody who has trains. And 6 years ago, I bought this house, and I didn't have any furniture for the basement. So I looked at my wife and I said, well, maybe I should start my retirement and do some model railroading. Like I said, I didn't know anything about railroading. So what did help was forums, the internet, videos, pictures, and for maybe 4 months before starting, I did a lot of research. So let's get on with the PowerPoint presentation. So yes, my railroad name is MHO Junction. It stands for, the H stands for Hawkesbury, being the junction between Montreal and Ottawa. It's totally freelance, because then I didn't know much about, like I said, about trains, so freelance. This was my first layout that lasted about 6 months. I thought I could reach 30 inches one side, 30 inches on the other side, and sure, why not build 6 feet wide layout, until I found that there was a lot of problems. I couldn't reach the mountains on the left-hand side, so I had to build them somewhere else. And that's when I decided, okay, I'll take it down. And there's a person by the name of Bill, the track planner, that contacted me and asked me if I needed help. So I said, sure, go ahead. So I gave him the criteria that my basement was 40 feet by 20 feet, L shape. I wanted double mainline. I wanted it operational, and as much industries as possible. And my perception is, what I knew is, I wanted Canadian Pacific, 1970s era, and I wanted all 4 seasons. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but that's what I wanted. So this is what Build a Track Planner proposed as a layout. Now there's been probably 3 changes during the first 3 years. For example, on the left-hand side, what you see is a yard. But before that, it was intermodal, and I found out that in the early 70s there was no intermodal the way we have it today. So it got changed to a yard. Also, there was supposed to be 1 main line going down the helix. Then I wanted 2 main lines because I wanted 2 exits from the helix. I'll explain to you later my brewery. Also, there's a track at the top on the side of the stairs. It's a black line going down. That track goes into my workshop. This is the staging. It's a 7-track, 2, 4, 6, yeah, it's a 7-track staging with a reverse loop and a siding. So work started on November 2015. So it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be 5 years in November. And on November 2016, a year later, my entire bench work was done. All my tracks were laid, and my office was done. Well, my bench work, my working area. So from there, Marty, you switch to the video.
Okay, we'll switch to the video now. I'll get that up and hit run, so that should be going.
So let's start with my staging area. is totally scratch built. It is all done with foam core, and it also has a wooden backing holding all this up. The paper, the brickwork, the brickwork is 3D, so not 3D, but embossed paper, which comes from Greece. The texture is unbelievable, where you could almost feel the bricks, the separations between the bricks. Basically, this idea came from this picture, and since all my scenery has a little story behind it, the story behind this one is that the city of Hawkesbury bought this old CP storage facility, and they are now using it for train tours. And this building will be used to store the steam locomotive, which is going to be my Royal Hudson Rapido. And there's another 2 doors, and those are for the passenger cars. So those will be used only once a week. The next building is a train station. Most of you probably know this train station from Walters. I built this kit about 4 years ago, and I've put it aside. And now that it was time to put on the layout, I dropped it and broke it in lots of pieces. So I decided to redo it from scratch instead of gluing all the little pieces together. So from scratch, all made out of wood. And of course, I kept the windows and I kept the roof, which I changed the looks of it. As we leave Hawkesbury train station, we're heading towards the town of Hawkesbury. Here we have a siding for the passenger cars, and now we're entering the town of Hawkesbury. So the entire town was built with DPM buildings. I think I've got about 18 of them. And I also have a scratch building which enters my bench work. As you can see, I'm pretty much done with this, with the town. Every building has an interior furniture or people inside it, because the buildings are only about 18 inches away from the edge of the layout, so you're able to see everything that's inside, and all my buildings have lights in it. So this is the building that leads to my bench work. And the next building is my boxcar distribution center. So let's take a look at a few of the buildings. First one is a Tim Horton donut shop, and beside it is Goldfinger Jewelry. The next one is my Pizza. Then we have a bookstore. We have a bank, the Bank of Montreal. We have Canadian Tire. This was done with Roomettes. They make beautiful kits, easy to do, and it doesn't take that long. Then I did Marks and Spencer's. I did Barbershop, and yes, I even made the chairs. My next building is scratch built. It is a backdrop building, and like I said, this feeds into my workbench. So what I intended to do was, during operation, one of the operators will drop 5 cars into that building, and I'll have about a week or a month to work on 5 cars, making sure the wheels are okay, couplers, do the weathering. Basically, it's to get all my cars up to par for my layout and all ready to run with no problems. The next one, my boxcar distribution center, was my first scratch built. It's totally scratch built, again with foam core and embossed paper. Even the roof was done with foam core and a string to make it look like a metal roof. So basically, we'll bring in cars, they exchange freight, and also bring the freights inside the building for the trucks to pick up their loads. Now we're leaving Hawkesbury, and we are going towards St. Eugene. On the left-hand side, there's a wood mill, which is basically my backdrop. And since I had a little corner and I didn't know what to put, so I had an extra building, which is just there to add to the backdrop. And as we continue, we then arrive at the lumberyard, which is called Elwood Woods Lumberyard. At the end of the lumberyard, we have a swing gate, which I'll explain. At Elwood Woods Lumberyard, it's very busy, day and night. To be able to build that, I use, if I'm not wrong, it's Walters kit. I use 1.5 Walters kit, and put some lights in, plenty of lumber, and figurines, cars, trucks. And also, I don't know if you've noticed, but the first part of the video, we were in early autumn. Now we're in late autumn. So we're getting less leaves on trees. And as we go along, we're going to hit winter very soon. As we leave the lumberyard, we're going to cross over the 417, which is a highway that leads from Montreal to Ottawa. To do the highway, I used AK asphalt, which I fell in love with because the texture is exactly what I was looking for. And the bridge was done with the salt method to get the rust. And the piers were scratch built, again with the embossed paper glued to a piece of wood. As we cross over Highway 417, we arrive at Jag's Outdoor Furniture. Some of you might recognize the building as being the feed mill. At this point, this is where I'm at on the build of my layout. Like I said, this Jag building is an old feed mill building. It was plastic, and I managed to make it look like wood, all done with pan pastel, and of course a coat of primer before. And since it's autumn, of course I had to put little pumpkins on the platforms. As we leave Jag's Outdoor Furniture, at the bottom there's going to be a lake, and then we arrive at Chute-à-Blanc d'Eau, which is basically falls. Since I wanted to build a covered bridge, this was the place to have it. I did an entire video on how I build that bridge, and if I'm not wrong, it was the second or third scratch build that I did on this layout. And as we go along, where you see the backdrop end, this is where the transition to winter will start. Now we're entering the winter scene in St. Eugene. What you see on your right is the St. Eugene yard. At first I had an intermodal there, but realized that in the early 70s it did not exist. We're also going to have an RDC running from St. Eugene to Hawkesbury. This is the platform. We're also going to have a skating rink, a church, a garage, and a few houses. I've also tried, I guess, a diorama of a winter scene, and this is what it looked like. This was built during one of our shows on Model Railroading Live. It was the build show. We were to build a hydrocal building, and that's the one I had picked because I didn't have a place to put it, but I did find a place. And then, so since I like building stuff that doesn't look like the box cover, I got a plastic kit from Walters, and I scratch built out of wood the top part of a feed mill. Then I had the snow, the fence, and I even have 2 hobos inside warming up over a barrel of fire, which is done with a orange and yellow LED light flashing. So as we leave St. Eugene, the first building we encounter is the flour mill, which was built about 2-3 years ago, the same way as my other building, with embossed paper to represent the bricks between the cement walls. As we leave, again, St. Eugene, we go around the bend, and this is where the transition to spring becomes. So we go around the bend, and I have a few industries such as the cement plant, propane, the refinery, and a sand industry. First one here is a cement factory, and this industry was built with 6 different kits, a bit like a kit bashing, I guess. Then I have my propane area, and it happens that it fits very well with my propane cars. They're both Liquid Air, which is a company in Canada. And then you've got my refinery, which is Petro-Canada. I did want a good refinery complex. So again, the refinery is built from, if I'm not wrong, and this one was 5 different kits. And as we go along, we come to the sand factory. This one was pretty much done as per the cover of the box. I didn't want to go into much detail, not knowing exactly how I could really come out with something out of the ordinary. So as we go around the corner, still in spring, we have, I guess you all recognized it, the Vulcan Manufacturing. I still don't know what I'm going to do. What I would like to do is have a fence open up with an Arduino system. But again, that's in the works, so we'll see later. And as we continue, we'll hit the mining industry. And for now, that's how it is. It'll take a while before I start working on that part of the layout. Then we go into a tunnel, and when we come out, we are now summertime. So this entire section is summer. As we come out, we have a paper mill, but I still don't know what that entire section will look like. I know that I intend to have a farming, like a little farm scene. Then we have the co-op with 2 tracks, one for departure and one for arrival. As per the plan, there was no gorge here, but I decided to build a gorge. And the reason for that is I wanted to have a trestle on my layout, just to have something different. And I'll have water flowing from the left, splitting into 2, and coming to a lake at the bottom. Here I have my CP workshop. This was the first area that I completed the scenery. So I installed a bunch of tools inside, machinery, but unfortunately we can't really see it unless it's nighttime and the lights are on. Then you can see the inside of the building. The boxcar that's hanging, there's going to be a figurine under, and it's going to be soldering. So I've got an Arduino that's feeding 3 LED lights, blue, white, and red. So the blue and white flash, and once it stops, the red light goes on for a glow. And the same thing happens inside the building in one of the corners. So there's 2 welding scenes going on with this building. So as we go along, there's a track at the top. That's to feed an industry. But as we go along, as you can see, the cliffs are done with the ceiling tiles, and then we enter the tunnel to go towards Montreal. So we came out from the west and going east back to Montreal. I also have an extra track if I want to do a run around. So if we look at the top track, it's going to go to one of the biggest industries that I've seen so far. It's going to be a brewery, and that brewery will measure about 8 feet by 8 feet, and I think it's 9 feet diagonally. So this is what it's going to look like. You've got arrival track, departure track, and 6 tracks going inside the building, and an extra track for the switcher. This is going to keep the operator very busy. So that's it for my layout. Just one more thing is the lighting I use for my layout is an LED strip, but it's the one that you plug into a 110 volt. It's 160 feet long, so I didn't have to bother connecting every single 15 feet strip. So this I like much better. So I've got 2 of them, a white one and an RGB one. So I would like to conclude this presentation of my layout with just a short video of a run around, and then I guess I can take questions. Thank you.
Okay, so the video's run. There's some great work there. I hadn't seen a few of those parts of your layout anyway. Lloyd, I'll hand it back over to you.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to make one correction, but I think we didn't have sound. Is that big building that's 5 feet long against the wall? In the video, I mentioned it was N-Scale Engineering, but it's N-Scale Architect. Yeah, so as you can see, some of my buildings are, like I said, they're all freelance. And the fact that I've studied civil engineering, it did help a lot, which is a passion of mine to do that kind of stuff. So besides that, like I said, that project is a 10-year project. I hope it ends at one point. So I've got another 5 years to go. And my goal was to have operations by November to celebrate like 5 years. I was going to have my first operation session. But with being in confinement still, we'll wait. It's no problem. I still have stuff to do.
Like I said,
Plenty
some of the interiors that you've done for buildings are spectacular.
Well, well, I gotta say those buildings are, I think they're 18 inches from the edge, so you can see inside those buildings. So what I did, especially for the top part of the buildings, just put drapes in. It just gives it a finish, and most of my buildings also have not weird names, but like I've got a pet shop, which I call the Pet Shop Boys. So if you look in the 1970s, the Pet Shop Boys, the group, did not exist. So they stole the name from my pet shop. Things like that. Or like that big building, it's got Woolworth, and beside it, it's called Cottonworth. So play on words.
Okay, well, I'll let Brad take over because I've been looking at the chat here and it's been going nuts. So we've got I think there's a few questions in there to go through. So
yeah, you're right. It's hard, so I hope I get them all. First one is Pat asked, "How do you model your snow?"
I just wait till it snows outside and just no. The base is plaster. And then I use the snow paste from Woodland Scenics and the snow from Woodland Scenics. There's not much trial and error. It's one thing, but I guess I'll find out more when I do the entire section.
Yeah, okay.
But it's mainly paste and snow from Woodland Scenics.
Yeah, nice. It was a great concept to have all 4 seasons there in the one layout. I see there's a cheeky fella by the name of Gordon that states, or he thought that Canada only had 2 seasons, but I think that's quite cheeky based on, I believe he's only in a country that has 1 season.
Yeah, we have winter and spring. Winter and spring is about what we have, but sometimes we do have summer.
Stephen asked, what do you use for your trees on your layout?
I haven't done any trees yet, except for that part of the CP workshop. Where it's autumn and winter, if you've seen, I think it's Mike Capone. If you've seen his layout, this tree, that's what I want. That gave me the inspiration of my autumn and winter. And I've asked him twice already where he gets his trees, and he still doesn't know. So I'm gonna have to look around for those type of trees. But what you've seen was just a backdrop, so I don't have trees yet.
Okay. Just while we're on backdrops, Mark asked for a quick rundown on how you do your backdrops.
Photoshop is, for me, I've used Photoshop before, so I was able to do, okay, first of all, I would search the internet for high resolution pictures. Once I found something I wanted, I dealt with a company called, I think it's Train Junkies, with one of the persons there, and we worked together to do all my backdrops. But I was very demanding in the sense that this is what I want. This is the picture I've got. I want you to add a street at exactly, I don't know, 24 inches. This is the middle of the street. The street has to be 4 inches. So I gave him all the information that I wanted on my backdrop. We did some Photoshop and then sent it to him, and he finished it up. So if you, like for example, my town has 2 streets perpendicular to my main street. I've got a dirt road on another backdrop, the river, the backdrop. So yeah, Photoshop and just search the internet for high resolution pictures.
Yeah, okay. They definitely did look great. There's a few questions in the chats there about what type of LEDs you're using for lighting on there.
Well, the lighting, Marty knows that when it comes to electronics and electricity, I'm terrible at that. If I can just get something and plug it into the wall and it works, that's what I want. So when I looked at, when I was doing my valance, I was looking at LEDs, and they all come in strips of 5 meters or 15 feet. And since I had about 170 feet to do, that was a lot of splicing, and I didn't want that. And I found on the internet this roll that's 160 feet long. It's a plug and play. You just plug it into a socket, and that's it. It's 110 volts. So you can't really splice it. I think Gert tried something. I don't know if it worked out, but the only bad thing about it is that you cannot go around a bend sideways. Like having it sideways, you can't bend it sideways. You have to flip it on its side. But most of my layout that goes into a peninsula, there's not much stuff there. Like for example, the transition between winter and spring, I think it's like 10 inches wide. So I don't need extra light there.
Yeah.
But the rest is, and I've got 2 LEDs, 2 sets of strip. One is RGB and the other one is white, because not only do I want 4 seasons, but I also want morning, night, like a blue light for night, white during the day, and yellow for sunset and sunrise, which I intend to hook up some way. Yeah, so it's LED.
So those white LEDs, the strip, just the white ones, are they daylight, bright white, or warm white?
They're bright white.
Okay, nice.
Just as a side note, I had a friend that came by, and he had I think it was 4 strips of LEDs, and when we compared my 1 strip to his 4 strip, I had more light. There was more luminescent.
Mm-hmm.
So I saved that way also.
Based on, James asked here, what's the size of your layout? Now, based on you're saying you've got 160 feet of LED strip light, I'm assuming it's quite big.
My layout is 40 feet by 20 feet in L shape. And I've got 1,300 feet of track. It's HO, by the way. Yeah, so I've got about 100 turnouts. The fact that it's a double main line. The reason for, the reason for the double main line is when I told Bill, the track planner, I wanted a passenger train that would run around and just give headaches to the operators. So that should work.
Okay. While we're on the operators, Gordy has asked how many operators do you plan for your layout, or is your layout planned around how many operators have you planned for your layout in an operation session?
I was told that I would need 6 or 7 operators. If it's teams of 2, well, we're talking about 12 or 14, but forget it. I can't fit that many people in my basement. And I would like to have a dispatcher, maybe much later, because I intend to run with GMRI. So basically, I would need just one operator at my brewery, one operator in the small yard, the St. Eugene yard, 1 or 2 operators, or let's say one operator in my Oxbury yard. One operator, all he does is passenger train, RDC, and another passenger train. So that would be his only operations. Then I'd probably have 2 more doing deliveries and pickups.
Okay. That sort of, you lightly touched on a question Bernard asked, is your operations, are they going to be switch list, JMRI ops, or car cards?
It's probably going to be GMRI. Like I said, I don't know much about trains or operations, but I've been to 3 layouts, and they all work with GMRI. So of course, that's, for me, that was easy to kind of learn. If we go to switch lists, I think I've done 1 switch list, and cards I've never done. So I'll try to go with the easiest, which for me would probably be GMRI. Just print the next jobs, and that's what we're going to do. But again, I'm still in the learning process. I'm still learning the names, everything that goes with model railroading.
Okay. That's about all I can quickly see here on Facebook. How's the YouTube one looking, Martin?
Oh, there's a couple over here. There was one that come from Bernie, and he was asking, what track power system do you use, and what considerations led you to use it? So you'll run DCC, don't you, Lloyd?
Yes, I do. I've got the NCE. I've got an NCE wireless, and I've got 3 boosters. For it's probably too much, but I wanted 4 different sections of my layout. Which one is the staging, the other one is autumn and winter, and then spring and summer. Yeah, NCE I was told was the easiest. So like I said, when it comes to electronics or electricity, forget it. So I haven't had any problems with NCE yet. Everything seems to be going great, except my connection to GMRI. I still have a little problem there, but I'm not ready yet to start programming with GMRI. There's still too much to do.
No, NCE is known in Australia as probably one of the it's probably the most common DCC system out there, because it is so user friendly and easy to use.
But I do intend to have people come in with their cell phones or whatever to use once, I guess, GMRI is going to be running.
Well, you could always get a Raspberry Pi and set that up to run JMRI. I know someone that could point you in a direction there. So
yeah, I'm waiting for it.
There was another question here from Andy Ambrose, and I think Andy was actually the first person to join our stream this evening. So he's been there a while, and he was asking what sound decoder was in the loco with the camera.
You're asking me?
I'm asking you, yeah. So what
sound
decoders do you use, or?
I'm not there yet.
He's not there yet.
No, I've got about 20 locomotives right now, and they're all set to. I programmed them for just a number. I haven't done anything else yet. I intend to use GMRI to program all my locomotives, like the speed and the matching and all that stuff. But no, I'm not there yet.
Well, I could imagine if you model Canadian Pacific, I'd say you probably have a fair few Rapido trains because
Yeah,
they're one of the
yeah,
most popular Canadian outline modelers, aren't they?
yeah. I've got Atlas, Bowser, and Rapido. Those are probably the ones I have.
Okay, yeah, because Rapido I think put lock sound decoders in their locos if I remember rightly. So yeah, so you've probably got a smattering of different brands from the different manufacturers, but yeah.
Yeah.
Let me have a little look if there was any other. Okay, what brand of turnouts do you use, and are they powered, and if so, how?
Okay. My tracks are all Atlas 100, and my turnouts are all Picos. Are they powered? Not for to make them turn, to make them switch. No, they're just powered in the sense that there's power to the track. All my tracks, every piece of track has been wired so that there's no. I don't want my trains to stop. So I remember when I first started, I was buy turnouts, and I made a mistake of buying Insulfrog
Yep.
and the other one, which is Electrofrog. And at
Yep.
one point, I was getting shorts, and I didn't know why. I go, well, a turnout is a turnout, no? No. So I had to do corrections on the, which one was it?
The Electrofrogs, you would have had
The
to have
Electrofrog.
cut the track
Yeah,
and
I
put
had to
a.
cut. Yeah, exactly. So
Yep.
I'm dabbing a bit in electronics with Arduino, but if I can wait, like I still have some wiring to do under my tracks.
Well,
Oh,
look, I've told you, Lloyd, there's no problem. If you buy me the bus fare to get out to your place, I'll give you a hand with your wiring. There's never been an issue with that. But
yeah.
you say you're dabbling with Arduinos. You've made a few very handy projects out of Arduinos, and as you said, you're an electronics novel, a newbie, so it's not something that you've done in the past. So it's all a learning curve. But didn't you make a speedometer that had a digital display and gave you all sorts of information, how hot the water was in the passenger car as it went past, and a few other things?
Yes, I did. But that was with the help of a few people. I didn't want to spend, I think it was $100 Canadian for a speedometer. And somebody said, well, you could build one for $15, $10, $15. I said, really? Okay, so let me get the parts. And yeah, I put two sensors under the tracks. And when the train went by, it said what kind of speed it was going at. But the biggest project I've done was a weigh station. I don't know if you remember that one.
Yes.
The weigh station, I had, the first weigh station I did was a set of track that would weigh the car. And what happened is I found out with time that some cars are bigger than the others. So when I was weighing two small cars, well, the wheels of the second car was on the weighing scale. So what I did is I built the scale so that it would weigh the front wheels, and then it would weigh the back wheels and add it up and get the weight of the car.
The total weight. Yep.
Yeah. So what I did, it wasn't just a luck of the number. It was really the weight of the car. I had a formula and that would calculate, okay, this car weighs so many ounces, multiplied by, it was a number, and it would give me, let's say, 450,000 pounds. So, and when you look at the car, you've got the empty weight and maximum weight. So if it said, let's say, 80,000 pounds, I knew it was an empty car. And if I added more weight to it, then it would go up to, let's say, 400,000 pounds. That was the full weight. But then I realized that I would have to adjust all the weights, all my cars with weights, and I've got about 250 cars in this. And but it really did work. It really weighed the cars.
So there you go. Someone who, like you said, has limited electronics knowledge has been able to pick up some Arduino bits and make a speedometer and make a weighbridge for their layout. Actually, it's given me an idea now for my HO vehicles, remote control vehicles. We might make a weighbridge somewhere so that we can check the container weights as they leave
Well,
the yard.
I don't know. Just to finish with my brewery, which is going to measure 8 feet by 8 feet, the 6 doors going into the building. The operator is going to have a switch. He flips the switch. There's a red light by the door. When the door starts going up, there's a sound that warns the people inside that the train is coming in. Once the door is completely up, the sound stops and the light turns green, telling the operator, okay, you can go into that building.
The attention to detail you put into some of the stuff is amazing, Lloyd. Anyway, have you got any more comments there in the chat?
No, no more comments there, but based on an 8 foot by 8 foot brewery, as long as it's delivering cold beer, it sounds awfully good to me. So, like Martin said, the attention to detail you put into the layout is quite amazing. And thanks again for sharing it with us all.
It's a pleasure.
Now, I understand you've got an announcement. You're doing another chat on Monday night, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I'm redoing this one, but no voice on the video, and I'm doing it in French for the French people in Quebec.
Oh, well, there you go.
And also, I might as well put a plug. Every second Saturday just happens that it's almost the same time as the NMRAx. Every second Saturday night at 9 o'clock, we have a group called Model Railroading Live, and we're doing 10 episodes on railroad empires, how we build them. In other words, we're not telling people how to build them. It's just how I built mine and the 3 other people, how they build theirs, going from bench work all the way to scenery.
And it's a show worth watching. I've watched quite a few of those. So yeah, Saturday night, isn't it? 9 o'clock.
Yes, there's one tonight. It's episode 3 tonight. We're talking about sub-road bed and road bed.
Beautiful. Well, thanks again, Lloyd, and we'll definitely get you back on to have a look at some of the interiors of your buildings as you've put them together, and copious other subjects that have come up in the chat. So if you'd like, you can go off onto either Facebook or YouTube, and there's a heap of people in there, I think, that have got questions for you that you could answer online. Either that, or I know it's early in the morning and we got you out of bed, so you could go back and have another kip.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Lloyd.
My pleasure.
Okay, so we're back again. Hopefully I've unmuted everything and everyone can hear me out there. Can you guys hear me in here?
Yep. Yeah, got you.
Okay, we are ready to go. Sorry about that. I just had a hiccup pop in the middle of the screen there, and I had to get rid of it to see what we were doing. But Jerry Britton's here. Where are you from again, Jerry? I've lost my bit of paper with the program.
Yeah, that's fine. It's a little area called Edders in south central Pennsylvania. Put it in perspective, it's about 2 hours west of Philadelphia and about an hour north of Baltimore.
So here we go. We're going all the way over basically to the east coast from Australia. So it's only about a 25-hour flight. So I'll hand the stage over to yourself, Jerry, and I'll maximise your PowerPoint when you put it up.
Alrighty, thank you. So good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining. I want to give a special shout out to my friends from the Pennsylvania Railroad Technical and Historical Society. The presentation that I'm giving today, I'd been working on for a couple of years, and it was supposed to be presented 2 weeks ago at our annual meet. So hopefully some of you are tuning in and listening. So at this point, I'll go ahead and switch to my PowerPoint. Let's see. All right. Are you seeing it?
Yep, we've got that here.
Okay. So I model an HO scale in the 1950s, part of what was the middle division between Harrisburg and Altoona within Pennsylvania. And HO scale, early 1950s. And while I was doing research for a prototype location to model, I came across a trip of the president from Washington, D.C. to State College, Pennsylvania. And I went to school at the University of Pennsylvania State University in the 1980s. And there was a local a short line there called the Bellefonte Central. And it actually closed down in 1984. I was there at the very, very end of it. Fascinating little 11-mile line, but a book came out called Rails to Penn State by Mike Bazila. And I picked it up to learn more about the short line, even though I was already a Pennsy modeler. And it's a fascinating book. But a lot of line traffic on the line, but they provided the last link between the Pennsylvania Railroad at Bellefonte, reaching out 11 miles to State College, Pennsylvania, the home of Penn State. So the book in and of itself was a fascinating read. But one part caught my eye in particular, and there's 2 or 3 pages where it told the story of in 1953, President Eisenhower took a train to State College, to the university. His brother Milton was the president of the college. So it was interesting in that it provided all the names of the cars that were in the consist, and it just kind of piqued my interest about how many other trips there might have been across the Pennsy. And although this presentation was geared towards the Pennsy Society, a lot of this information is going to be of interest to anybody modeling any line. So following reading that, I started Googling, and I found a reference to the book in the center called The President Travels by Train. And I bought a copy, and this thing is like 1.5 inches thick. And it really covers the gamut of history of the president traveling by train. And it has probably well over 100 consists over time over all the railroads. And roads like the B&O, the New York Central, and some of the roads to the south, they got the lion's share of the traffic. The Pennsy was actually a minor player. Moving on, just more recently, Mike Bazila put out a second book, Branch Line Empires, which was all about the PRR and the New York Central in the coal fields of Pennsylvania, which is just outside of Bellefonte. And it too referenced the POTUS train going to Penn State. And the one thing that stood out is in Rails to Penn State, Mike had said that the power for the train was 2 PRR E8s. And in branch line empires, he said they were FP7s. And, being a prototype modeler, I'm like, well, which is it? Well, I tracked him down. We'd been virtual acquaintances for years. And he couldn't remember where he got that. The Bellefonte Central closed down in 1984, and all of their records were in the attic above the engine house in Bellefonte. And Mike went in there and saved them and took them to Petit Library at the Pennsylvania State University, and they are now in their archives there. And as you'll see a little later, I've got photos of a lot of those records that Mike saved. So in answering the engine question, I said, well, one thing I got to do is go to Petit Library. So I arranged to make a trip up there to inspect the collection. And I invited Mike along. So that's Mike on the right there, the author of the 2 books. So the two of us poured over all the documents, and that's what really led to this presentation. Going back on the history of the POTUS on the Pensy, there's a couple notable trips early on. Martin Van Buren is thought to be the first president to ride on the Pensy. William Henry Harrison, first campaign on the Pensy. John Tyler and James Buchanan, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Johnson. Quite a few have been on the Pensy at various times. Famous photograph. Almost everybody has seen this at one time or another. Purportedly, in this photo is Abraham Lincoln on his way to deliver the Gettysburg Address. This is on the Northern Central Railway, which was a subsidiary of the Pensy in 1863. Here we have Teddy Roosevelt at Lewistown, 1912. Hoover on the Manhattan Limited in 1928. And here you got another Roosevelt during the war years. Truman, 1947. And here we have Dwight Eisenhower in 1952 on a campaign train. He's actually taking a few moments to chat with some of the PRR employees. And here's Dwight in the cab of a GG1. And there's JFK after the Army-Navy game in 1961. Talking about the operations, so the presidential train used the call sign POTUS. The Secret Service often had different call signs, and they called it City Hall. And prior to 1942, regular Pullman equipment was used to transport the president. There was 7 Pullman cars that Pullman constructed for rentals in 1927. They were all named after world explorers. And the Raoul Amundsen was the one that was used most often. A typical concept was a baggage car, which carried 2 or 3 automobiles. They get out somewhere, they unload the automobiles and could travel from there. There was a communications car that for years was the B&O Combine 1401 until it was replaced by a new car that we'll discuss later. There were usually 3 or 4 Pullman sleepers for press correspondence. Then they'd have a working press car, which was stripped of its seats and fitted with work tables, a dark room, and a Western Union office. 1 or 2 diners furnished by the host railroad. A lounge car for the staff and press. 2 or 3 Pullmans for the presidential staff. A Pullman for the Secret Service detail, confidential secretaries, and perhaps political advisors. And then the presidential car bringing up the rear. They often ran a pilot train ahead of the POTUS train just to make sure everything on the track was safe. And they often had a protect power following the train or would stage it somewhere along the line. Security was paramount, obviously, and this page, I won't read it word for word, but there was a lot of requirements about oncoming traffic stopping 30 minutes in advance, not being able to use interlockings to cross tracks ahead of this train within like 30 minutes. Any manual turnouts, they would spike in place, and so on and so on. There's an example of the points spiked on a manual switch. I mentioned the B&O Combine 1401. This was the communications car from 1942 to 1952. And now we get into the golden age of travel, which would have been the 40s and 50s. The presidential rail car was the Ferdinand Magellan. It was one of those 7 cars from Pullman. They refitted it in 1942, and it was in use through 1958. There was a new dedicated communications car, which was USA 87325. Call sign was POTUS 1, and it had the name General Albert J. Meyer. It was a converted hospital car. And there was also a Secret Service protection detail car, USA 89426, POTUS 2, and it had the code name Morn, also a converted hospital car. And together, the last 2 cars, the communications car and the detail car, they called Crate. And quite honestly, I have no idea where those came from, but that was the deal. Ferdinand Magellan, built in 1929 by Pullman. Again, one of the cars named after the explorers. And after the United States entered World War II, the Secret Service and the White House press secretary felt that the president needed a dedicated, specially equipped car to protect him. So they selected the Ferdinand Magellan, and here it is at the Pullman shops in Wilmington for the 1942 rebuild. It's already been pretty much stripped in this photo. Note the trucks, because you're going to see new trucks a little later. There's the 2 ends of the car. This is inside the car at the vestibule end. You're looking forward in the left photo, and you're looking rearward in the right photo. And then back in the lounge, looking forward in the left photo, looking rearward in the right photo. And there's new trucks that were specially built for this car. The original car had 5 bedrooms. They reduced it to 4. The dining room and observation lounge were enlarged. 2 of the bedrooms were a suite for the president and the first lady, with a fully equipped bathroom, including a bathtub, and it connected the 2 bedrooms. The dining room could also be used as a conference room with a solid mahogany table. And the front end of the car held quarters for 2 stewards, a pantry, a galley, mechanical equipment, storage, and ice bunkers. And these 2 diagrams show the original plan at the top and the new plan at the bottom. So you can see how the dining room got larger, as well as the observation room. And if you look towards the middle of the car, bedroom C is the president's room. And then to the right of that, you have the bathroom facilities. And then bedroom B is the first lady's room. The car was protected with 5/8" armor plate on the sides, top, bottom, and ends. The windows were replaced with 3-inch thick 12-ply laminated bullet-resistant glass. And there was a bank of vault style door at the rear entrance to the car. There were 2 escape hatches. And there were exterior loudspeakers for public address, and a telephone in every room that could be connected train side whenever they were in the station. That took the car from 160,000 pounds to 285,000 pounds, making it the heaviest passenger rail car ever in the United States. It was painted Pullman green to mix in with other Pullmans, but the name was not printed on the car. You'll see photos in later years with the name. That was not while it was in service. And to lessen the chance of sabotage during the war, it didn't have a permanent storage place in D.C. It was moved around, placed at various sidings, intermixed with other Pullmans, etc. Although this photo is dark, this is a builder style photo showing the car after the rebuild in 1942. That's the lounge looking rearward. Lounge looking forward. Dining room looking forward. And that's the president's stateroom. And that's one of the other staterooms. They also installed a wheelchair elevator for the president. It's currently shown in its up position off to the side of the observation deck. And it was promptly removed after Roosevelt's death in 1945. These two shots also show the elevator. On the right, you can see it had an integral ramp. And on the left, that shows the ramp in the up position. The car was presented to Roosevelt in December of 1942, and his first trip was to Miami, Florida, where he boarded a Pan Am Airways flying boat for his trip to the notorious Casablanca Conference in 1943. Roosevelt traveled approximately 50,000 miles in the car over the next 2 years, and his last time was on the trip to Warm Springs, Georgia, 2 weeks before he died there. Truman used the car more than Roosevelt because it was available for his entire presidency, and Eisenhower used the car only 3 times. So it seems like the car had kind of a short life, but what really happened there that changed the landscape was the advent of larger airplanes. So you start getting into what would become Air Force One. Here's a picture in the 1940s showing the car with the loudspeakers affixed to the top. It was also used occasionally for people other than the president. Here's a picture of then General Eisenhower with Winston Churchill in 1946. Here's Truman during his campaign. He traveled more than 29,000 miles on the car, and here's the infamous scene of him holding up the newspaper headline that prematurely said that Dewey defeated Truman in the election. And today the car is restored at the Gold Coast Railroad Museum in Miami, Florida. In 1984, the car was loaned from that museum to the campaign of Ronald Reagan. And in 1992, Hurricane Andrew pretty much totaled the shed that the car was stored under. And as you might expect, based on its specs, it didn't do much to the car. A few scratches, but otherwise not too much damage. And there it is restored more recently under a new shed. Unfortunately, they don't allow anybody to go inside of it. I was on a trip to Florida last year, and I tried to make arrangements to get special permission for this presentation to go inside, and that was declined. There's the restored dining room, the restored presidential room. And now we move on to the communications car. So the General Albert J. Meyer was the new communications car. And here's a photo of it in 1961 in storage. And here's some of the communications equipment inside of it. And I mentioned the other car that was the Secret Service detail car. Here it is in storage in 1961. It contained a lounge area. And I had found that in later years, sometimes they used crate, which was the communications car in this car, for some special trips without using the presidential car. There's crate in Philadelphia in 1961. The Ferdinand Magellan was taken out of service in 1958. and the two communication rail cars were moved, and during the 1960s and 70s, they were stored at the New Cumberland Army Depot just outside of Harrisburg, PA. Worth noting that when the Magellan was surplused, it was sold to the Gold Coast Museum for $1. All right. So now moving on to POTUS to Penn State. This was the trip that inspired me to do the research. When I found that on May 9th, 1953, President Eisenhower traveled to State College to visit his brother. The original plan was for him to fly, but poor weather prevailed. And what's amazing about this, for a trip that's going to be on May 9th, how quickly they can put together the rail trip, make all the arrangements for that. It was scheduled to depart. It was scheduled to depart Washington around 10:59 on May 8th. It would travel from Washington to Baltimore on the PRR main line, what today is the Northeast Corridor. Then it would travel up the Northern Central Branch to Harrisburg, which would take it from Baltimore through York to Harrisburg. Then the Middle Division main line to Tyrone. So that would be from Harrisburg through Lewistown to Tyrone, which is just short of Altoona. Then it would hang a right and go up the Bald Eagle branch from Tyrone to Milesburg. And then there'd be a short segment on the Bellefonte branch to take it into Bellefonte. At that point, it would take the last 11 miles on the Bellefonte Central Railroad and arrive in State College around 6:30 a.m. So here's the first record we have of official documentation for this trip. And this is at 1:10 p.m. on May 8th, the day before the actual trip. Zooming in on some of that detail, it mentions that they're expecting about 65 people on the train, and it provides the makeup from the head end, several Pullmans, a diner, and the president's private car. Notably absent on this trip, for whatever reason, is the communications car and the Secret Service car for the head end. And if you look at the overall memo in the background, you see kind of a red check mark. The reason we have all these documents is not because of the Pennsylvania Railroad's archives. It's because this was a copy that was received by President McClellan of the Bellefonte Central, and it was in the Bellefonte Central archives. Here's the planned routing of the train. So they have it staged in Washington. And for those of you unfamiliar with the Pennsy trackage, they're showing a route passing through a loop track to turn the train around, and then it would proceed to Baltimore and go up through Clyde, which was a midpoint on the line to Harrisburg, and then it provides the rest of the route to State College. The middle division of the Pennsy, which would be from Harrisburg to Altoona for the middle part of the trip, issued their first memo, a 2-page document, also on May 8th. It indicated a more granular schedule across the middle division, times leaving Harrisburg and passing basically all the towers along the way, the estimated times. And once again, they repeated the makeup. And here they're calling out some interesting information. Rather than using a dedicated pilot train, they're using one of the Pensy's already scheduled passenger trains to be the pilot train. This train, the POTUS train, is traveling overnight, and overnight on the middle division sees approximately 25 to 30 passenger trains each direction each day. And it's a 4-track main line, so there's dedicated tracks for passenger service versus freight service. So they're using an existing Pennsy train as the pilot. They then call out the Altoona Rec train that's going to act as a pilot train from Tyrone to Bellefonte. And there's a couple of freight trains. They're talking about dispatching them early, having them staged at different points. They call out that Superintendent Jeffries and the road foreman of engines will ride the diesel of POTUS across the middle division. Assistant road foreman will ride the pilot train. Assistant road foreman will ride a freight train ahead of the POTUS train on the one branch out of Tyrone to Milesburg, and the Altoona Rec train is again acting as a pilot train. It indicates that POTUS will operate on the passenger track from Banks to Tyrone the whole way, and it's given movement under absolute block protection for the following train. All freight movements to be stopped 30 minutes in advance of the POTUS train, and conductor and instructed to inspect train and report if okay. Advance freight trains as far as possible. No westward freight trains are to be accepted at Banks after 1:40 a.m. until after POTUS passes. Banks is the tower in the entrance of the middle division when you're leaving Harrisburg. So basically, they're saying no freight trains are going to be accepted at that location coming out of Enola after 1:40 until POTUS passes. And then they also indicate no crossover moves are to be made within 30 minutes of the advance of POTUS. They also get into protection of the line side right away, calling out police protection during the change of crews. Nobody else is allowed in the cab, and a lieutenant and another individual that are going to be riding the train. Lewistown Rec train is being called just to be on standby, as is an Altoona Rec train. They're also calling master mechanics and other people to be on site at various sites to protect the operation of the train. The last two items here were kind of interesting at first. Diesel engine 9819 is to be super inspected and fully fueled out of Altoona to haul the Altoona Rec train. And then you also have a K4 locomotive, which was a 462 passenger locomotive, is to be super inspected to be dispatched out of Harrisburg to Denholm, headed west for Protect. So when Mike Bazila and I first read this, super inspected, like, what does that mean? Does that mean you normally slack on your inspections? Or is it more like Animal House and you're on super secret probation? We weren't sure, but I think the correct answer came from Bill Volkmer from the Society, and what that meant was when the engines are inspected, they're inspected by a supervisor rather than the rank and file. So while the rank and file could normally do an inspection on these, it had to be done by a supervisor. So I believe that's the answer there. Here we have the K4 headed west for protection at Tyrone. All grade crossings will be protected 2 hours in advance. There's one tunnel along the route at Spruce Creek that's going to be protected. Here's the direction to spike all of the facing point switches. They're staging an Osceola Rec train and all the protection. Here we have a May 8th notice that's specifically addressed to the Bellefonte Central Railroad. And it basically goes back through most of the details we've already discussed. And here we have a telegram at 4 p.m. the day before, where one sleeper is canceled and the loop operation is annulled. So the sleeper being canceled is obvious. They decided they didn't need it. The loop operation. So another thing about the track arrangement, the previous order showed that there was going to be a loop operation in Washington to send the train to Baltimore. I think somebody realized that in the planning of this, the track arrangement at Baltimore is such that when you're coming from Washington to Baltimore and then you want to proceed up the Northern Central branch, it's a trailing point connection. So the regular passenger trains would actually be pulled reverse consist from Washington to Baltimore. The locomotive does a runaround, reconnects, and then they pull the regular direction up the Northern Central branch. So somebody, realized that, hey, when this train gets to Baltimore, you're going to have everything in the reverse order. So they did indeed cancel the loop operation at Washington, ran backwards to Baltimore. The engines did a runaround, and then they were oriented correctly for the rest of the trip. Now, here's a handwritten note of Bellefonte Central, George McClellan, at 4:40 p.m. on the 8th, indicating the cancellation of the one Pullman. Mike had discovered that McClellan, I mean, being a small railroad and he was the president, he was very hands-on. They didn't have a ton of employees for an 11-mile short line. He was known for making all these handwritten notes on the backside of blank waybills. And just for this POTUS trip, there must have been several dozen of these handwritten notes. So here's one noting the cancellation of that last Pullman. Then at 6:40 p.m. on May 8th, we've got a telegram that's including the car names. And you can see there on the left, we've got the PRR Diner number, and we've got the 5 Pullman names, McKeefrey, Holbein, Glencliff, Floattown, and Afton Canyon. The Afton Canyon is actually a Pennsy car. Here's another handwritten note from McClellan, and at the top it suggests that there's confusion about the time that it's supposed to arrive in State College. The original documentation said 6:30. He's got a handwritten note here saying 5:30, and then there's another place there where it's talking about 7:30. So Mike and I are kind of wondering if this was a problem with Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Daylight Time. We weren't sure. They also noted it could flex from that schedule up to a half an hour. In the middle there, it says State College will not live in cars. It's just pointing out they're not going to be living on board the train while they're in State College, and that they may possibly then move the cars to Altoona. Another handwritten note from McClellan, return movement, not definite, probably Sunday. And there's a couple of other names listed here. We're not exactly sure what they are. And this is an interesting piece here. When you get to State College on the Bellefonte Central, there's a passenger train would typically pull past State College, and there was a Y, and they would then back into State College. It was a very, very long siding into State College. So the length of the train wasn't too much of a concern, but because with the president on board, they want to make sure that the tail end is at a specific point. So I think what they were doing was determining the length of the train so they could put a marker out for the engineer so they knew, when he had backed in enough and the observation platform would be at the right place. So he's included the length of the president's car at 100 feet and the Pullman's at 90 feet each, and he's doing the math. But what's telling about this is it says engines, 2 units, 140 foot, 6 inches. That gave Mike and I the clarification of what power was on this. That is exactly the length of 2 EMD E8s. You can't get that length from any combinations of E7s or FP7s. So we don't have the engine numbers, but we know that they were E8s for sure. More information about the arrival. Now it's saying 7:30. The railroad police will be around the whole train. It's going to back into the station. And down near the bottom, rear end of USA 1 at, and I can't read what the heck the last part is. But the very last line is interesting. The Bellefonte Central for passenger service had a rail motor car. And it's showing here that the rail motor car is going to be used as a pilot ahead of the special. Here we have a list of the various Pullmans with some numbers after them. number dash number for each one, and then there's a total. Mike and I are totally guessing that these are passenger counts, possibly in the format adult dash child. The total is 56-0, so that would make sense. You wouldn't have any children on the train. They were looking for about 65 passengers initially. 56 is in that ballpark, so we think this is probably passenger counts. On the right side, the handwritten note, you can see that there's notes about 2 representatives that are in specific cars and what rooms. And we have the business card of one of them, the general passenger agent, for reference for the Bellefonte Central. Bellefonte Central also issued this list showing their grade crossing protection. So again, an 11-mile railroad, and they had to arrange grade crossing protection for every single grade crossing. The other thing we found that was interesting is there was an envelope full of canceled tickets. And these tickets were canceled on the 7th of May, 2 days before the trip. So I guess for reimbursement, they basically issued and canceled a whole bunch of tickets, but they ended up in an envelope in the Bellefonte Central Archives, which is kind of cool. Although they were never in the hands of the people on the trip, it was kind of cool being able to go through these tickets and know that one of them was representative of the President of the United States. Here they are arriving in State College. That's the Ferdinand Magellan there on the left. Part of the train station can be seen there on the right. That building still exists today in use as a bus station. While they were in town, Milton and his wife Helen, the brother, boarded the Magellan. They had breakfast with Dwight and Mamie. They went fishing at nearby Spruce Creek, Pennsylvania, which is a renowned trout stream. I know President Carter went there quite a bit. They went and played golf at Center Hills Country Club. They only got 15 holes in. They stayed over for church on Sunday, and then Ike flew home on the then presidential plane, a Lockheed Constellation named Columbine 2. Mamie stayed over in Crown Miss Penn State on Monday evening, then was chauffeured back to Washington by car. Here they are disembarking at State College after breakfast. And after the fishing trip, it mentions that one of the university professors, George Harvey, a renowned fly fisherman, escorted them, and Ike caught over 20 rainbow, brook, and brown trout. That would be Milton on the left. And there's the 2 brothers. Displaying the fish, we found a clipping from Des Moines, Iowa that was in the Bellefonte Central Archives. So this is a different angle of the photo where they were showing all the fish they had caught. Here we have another memo. This one's from May 11th, and it is showing that the POTUS private car was deadheaded home on train 502 from Harrisburg to Washington. And for their efforts in transporting POTUS for 11 miles, the Bellefonte Central got $158.14. Wow. But they got another $3.30 for delivering 20 tons of ice for the air conditioning. And an HO scale, I model Lewistown so in the 50s, so I can prototypically have this train run by my station every now and then during an operating session. And so I'm building out the train as detailed as I can. I've got 2 EMD E8s, which are Walthers. I have a Pullman McKeefrey 12-1, which is Walthers for the crew dorm. The Pullman Holbein 6-3 for the press, which is Walthers. Diner D78DR. The actual, I'm using the Bachmann and heavily modifying it. The Bachmann represents a class D78C diner. So I'm modernizing the roof, and I got to change some windows out. That's a work in progress. The Pullman Glencliff 6'3" for White House staff is a Walthers. Pullman Flotow 6'3" White House staff is a Walthers. The PRR Afton Canyon is a 3-1 solarium observation for the Secret Service. That's from Walthers. And finally, the Ferdinand Magellan itself was produced in brass by Overland Models a number of years ago. There were only 150 made. Actually, there were two versions. There was a Truman era version, which is what I needed, and there was a Ronald Reagan era version. The Truman era version, there were only 150 made, and I had a search listing set up on eBay, and it took me 8 years to locate one. So I snagged it, and that's part of my collection. I went out to the presidential library online and found Roosevelt's appointment calendar. And here we have showing at 11 o'clock that the party is traveling from the White House to Union Station. And it's saying at 11:59 they left Union Station. Notes that they spent the weekend at the home of Dr. and Mrs. Milton Eisenhower, Pennsylvania State College. Penn State would become a university later that year. The log continues that they attended church services at the Pennsylvania State College Chapel. The president flew back to Washington and arrived at 6:50 p.m., motored to the White House, and Mrs. Eisenhower remained in State College. And that is the end. So at this point, I can try to field any questions there might be.
Perfect, Jerry. Look, wealth of knowledge. So I'm sure there's going to be some questions out there in the chat, but I'll ask the first lot. This research that you've put together, what sort of time frame have you been working on it, and what's kept your interest? What's some interesting points that you've stumbled across that's kept you interested in continuing with the research?
Well, so I did my undergraduate work at Penn State. I was there in the early to mid '80s. So I was there at the time of the Bellefonte Central, and when Mike's book came out, you know, I wanted more information about that short line, just as kind of a passing thing. And when I saw the POTUS information in there, I'm thinking, okay, if I'm modeling Lewistown and part of the Middle Division, it's extremely likely that that train went over that route. I'm thinking, that'd be interesting to model. So it was kind of one of those casual interests for the longest time. And this probably goes back about 10, 12 years, because it took me 8 years to find the Ferdinand Magellan. So I was looking that early. But it wasn't until after the second book came out from Mike, which I think now is about 3 or 4 years ago, that it really pushed me to go to the archives at Penn State. And, you know, once you go down that rabbit hole, it just, you know, one question leads to another. And the biggest outstanding question at this point, which isn't critical, but what were the locomotive numbers? Everything else has fallen into place, and, you know, I'm modeling the exact car names and all that. So it's just one of those things, like as a modeler, if you learn about Sanborn maps, you learn about Val maps, you can't forget that you've seen them. You've gone down a rabbit hole and you're stuck there.
Yeah, okay. For a kind of newbie into the prototype scenarios like that, like I am, how would you recommend going about researching, or where to start and how to go about it?
You're talking about the railroad in general?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on where your mindset is from you got the freelance end of the spectrum to the prototype end of the spectrum. You know, freelance, you know, as you're a railroad, you can do whatever the heck you want. Prototype, you're modeling a specific location, probably at a specific time. and you're trying to make it absolutely as accurate as possible. Somewhere in the middle, you got proto freelance, where you look at the V&O or the Tony Custer's original railroad, where you place a fictional railroad in a setting that's plausible, like it could have really happened. If you want to do a prototype model like I do, and I'm doing Lewistown in the 1950s, you've got employee timetables that will give you the various locations along the railroad, the towers, stuff like that. The Pennsy has a book called the CT1000 that literally lists all the online customers. So that will give you the names of the customers along the route. I know other railroads have similar documents. Some of the Western roads use something that they call them click numbers. Same kind of concept. So that'll give you a list of the names of the customers. Sanborn maps are fire insurance maps, and they were done for most of the major cities from the late 1800s into like the 1920s, and then in some cases they were updated as late as the 1940s. I don't think any were done after that, but the Sanborn maps for fire insurance document the structures of the town, how many stories they are, are they brick, masonry, or wood, stuff like that. It also shows the street addresses. They're very accurate for footprints of buildings, but the track work isn't necessarily accurate. So the other piece that you need to get is valuation maps. During World War I, the U.S. government required them to produce detailed maps of their infrastructure, and they'd be paid back based on their rail miles, etc. The valuation maps are to scale. You might get a map about 7 feet long that represents a mile of track. You can look at there's a part of the template on the page shows you the last time the map was updated. So you might find multiple versions of a map and you want to get it as close to your era as possible. And it will give you a very accurate view of how the trackage was laid out. You think of a track chart, which is a schematic. It doesn't give you any idea of curvature of the right-of-way. And it's like one line represents a track. When you have a valuation map, you get all the curvatures, and there's 2 lines per track, approximately 1/8 of an inch apart. So it just gives you a lot more detail. You can look at telephone books. If you know that the line was on a specific street and the Sanborn maps give you the address, the telephone books back then, you could look up a specific street and address by address find out who was there, versus looking up a name and getting a phone number like we did more recently. So there's a ton of sources. And in fact, my website, which is pensyrr.com, PENNSYRR.com. If you go there and use the search function and type in the word resources, that should bring up a description of all the resources I just described, as well as links to a few sources online where you can get some of those maps.
Great.
I just warn everybody though, it's a rabbit hole. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Great. I'll be jumping over there, and the sounds of a rabbit hole interest me and Martin greatly. How's the chat over on YouTube looking, Martin? Any questions there?
Well, there's one question here, but I think you answered it at the beginning. What and when was the first presidential car or train?
My research was Pennsy based, so I don't have that information at hand. I'm sure it is in that thick book, The President Travels by Train. I would have to pull that out and look that up to find out what the original, the earliest documented version is, because early on there was no special concept. In fact, I'm sure they traveled in regular public trains originally. But then the question is, okay, when was the first dedicated train? and they all would have used common equipment at the time until you get to 1942.
Okay, and it says there's another one here. I don't know if you breached this, Brad, because I had to race inside to attend to some dog emergencies. The dog wanted to go to bed and couldn't get in its own bedroom. So anyway, well, that's another story. But anyway,
Been there, done that.
there was one about modifications you're doing to the diner. I modelled the Pensy myself in about the same era, only a little further east.
So the Bachmann Diner is a D78C. The D just denotes diner. 78 is 78 foot outside of between the vestibules. So there's subtle differences when you get into the D78 series. Perhaps the number of seats in the dining room, perhaps the kitchen arrangement. In this specific case, I needed two things. First, the Bachmann model comes with a clerestory roof. Most of those were replaced with a rounder arch roof when they were rebuilt, mostly in the 40s. My website for the Pensy has a lot of information about. There's a full roster of all the passenger cars, and if you dive into the diners for each car, it shows when they were upgraded. So the first thing I had to do was get a rounder roof on it, and it's probably not 100% accurate, but I took a very simple approach. I just took squadron putty and filled in both sides of the clerestory and multiple layers and shaped it out, and that worked out pretty well. The second thing that I needed to do is on the kitchen side of the car, the Bachmann car has 3 windows. The D78 that I needed only had 2 there, so I had to fill one and move one. On the walkway side of the car, there's 2 windows. They needed to be smaller in a slightly different place. So externally, it was kind of like patch and recut. And then the windows are pretty much laid out the same. I am going to do an interior, which will require a little bit of change, but I'm not at that point yet.
Cool. Well, I think that's about all the extra questions I got over here. Brad, you got any others?
No, I think that's about it here on Facebook too. So
it's a pretty specific subject, so I wouldn't expect a ton of questions.
Not a ton of questions. Also, I think you did a really well covered clinic, wealth of knowledge there, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, thank you.
Yes,
and best wishes to everybody out there during this time.
Yep. Too true. I'm the same every time I watch these history, even though I don't model it, I don't live there, but it's fascinating. But anyway, thanks very much, Jerry. If you hop in the chat there, I think there's a few people in the Facebook chat that would probably have a conversation with yourself.
All right, I'll jump over there.
And thanks very much for your time, and we'll speak to you soon.
All right, thank you.
Okay, welcome back, guys. I hope you took that small break and went and grabbed a big bag of popcorn to watch this next layout tour. But before that, I'd just like to remind everyone that we are running a door prize here. All you've got to do is put a post up in Facebook or Instagram with the hashtag of NMRAX, and you go into the draw for a $50 gift card or voucher over at Mini Prints. And Martin, I've just been literally on their website having a look, and I believe they've got quite a few things there that will be a benefit to you on your layout. And no Melbourne scene would not be set without some pigeons. So I think you need to jump on over there tomorrow morning and have a look.
And pigeons. We only need about 1,200 of them to be to fill up the layout. But yeah, pigeons. Okay, I will go and have a look tomorrow. And while we're in the community service announcement mode, we'll just remind everyone that we are live streaming on YouTube as well. So if you know someone that doesn't like to use Facebook and they'll use YouTube, send them a message and tell them to come and watch. So now we're actually streaming on Facebook and YouTube. So there you go, the wonders of the steam age.
Technology, it's great. So our next clinic is a regular, or he's a regular at the Amherst show. He's a modular N-scale layout. He now has retired and started to build his home layout. After years of covering sporting events to produce a layout tour for both layouts, sit down with your big bag of popcorn, enjoy some N-scale fun with Dwight. Over to you, if you want to get that video rolling, Martin.
Hello, my name is Dwight Sturgeon. Today we're going to take a look at my two N-scale layouts. First is the new Middletown and Stony Point modular layout. This layout was designed and built starting in 2016 to replace an earlier 4x6 layout that was too difficult to take to shows. This originally started with 3 main units. Several modules have been added since. The second layout we're going to look at will be the Palmer Model Railroad, and this is my fixed at home N-scale layout. This layout is a hybrid that is also DC and DCC, allowing for visitors to come with their rolling stock and not be limited to which power system the layout will work under. This is the town area of the new Middletown and Stony Point modular layout. This is one of the 3 original sections. This town section connects to the main yard section, and then the main yard section connects to the mountain. For the 2020 Amherst Model Rail Show, this new corner was added to expand out the layout and to provide more dramatic effect as trains traveling off of the main section comes through the yard, around the mountain, and then back into the main yard area. Traveling through the main yard area and out and around the town, and then back at the starting point of the yard. On the main center unit is a 6-track storage yard. This serves as the main yard for the layout and is connected to the east main. On the west main is a small 2-track siding, and this is for staging and swapping out passenger service. This 2-foot by 5-foot yard was originally part of a 4x6 layout. That layout proved to be too difficult to move to shows and was retired. This yard was added in 2019 for the Amherst Rail Show and is now a permanent part of the layout. There is a service track that is normally installed that allows trains to switch between the secondary yard and the main layout. The yards are both unique yards. The yard that was salvaged is called the Taylor Yard, for the Taylor Yard in Los Angeles, since I spent many years in Los Angeles. The other yard, the main yard for the layout, is called Cedar Hill, which is the famous yard that served multiple railroads just north of New Haven, Connecticut. A unique feature of this railroad is I do have working signal lights. The signal lights are primarily just for show, using AsiTrack to sense the train position. As the train passes the signal, the light has turned red. Once the train clears the signal, the light on a timed interval will go from yellow back to green. So we currently have a red indication as the train has passed. We've gone to a yellow. And finally back to green. The layout is divided into 7 working block signals. The layout was originally wired with Atlas power switches. Unfortunately, the springs in the switches became unreliable and rocker switches were added. This layout was originally built to look as if it was a layout that a standard father or son or daughter would have had. This is completely a DC layout using 2 throttle packs. This is the cab A and cab B, which is to run the main layout. This is the second power pack for yard power. The yard gets power in 2 ways. The Atlas selector switch is still being used for this yard. In the A position, get power off the lead track into the yard from the main layout, or in the B position, the yard power supply. This way, there's separate yard operations, or a train can be brought into or out of the yard and onto the main line from the main control panel. This gives quite a bit of flexibility and allows for 2 operators to work the layout. Here we see Union Pacific leaving the town area of the layout. And now going through the center or main part of the original layout. The train is now going through the new corner added in 2019. Going out and around the mountain. This is an original part of the layout. And now it's heading back towards the main part of the layout. Once more going through the new curve. And now back on the center section, the original main part of the layout. And now we're heading back into the town section. At the widest spot, the town is 3 feet by 5 feet in length. The overall module is 3 feet by 6. The layout is 16 feet by 7 feet, which is roughly around 54 square feet of floor space. The layout has close to 22,971 feet of track in scale. With the layout being 16 feet wide by 7 feet deep, there's an extremely large amount of detail and variety packed into the layout. And this is what has proved to make the layout a show favorite. I've been to shows in Mass, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, and every time the smiles on the faces are all the reward you need for when you pack up the layout, take it and set it up. Now that I have shown you the new Middletown and Stony Point modular layout, this is the home or fixed layout. And I call this the Palmer Model Railroad, as I now live in Palmer, Massachusetts. This layout is 22 feet across at its widest and 16 feet down each side. This has two main lines. Each main line has 16 power blocks. The layout can be operated in DC or DCC, depending on the rolling stock used. This layout was started in July of 2019, and currently with our nice stay-at-home period, a lot more work has been done. This is the staging yard. The staging yard is accessible from the main line in two locations, here by Valley Lumber, or the west side of the cut-through mountain. On the back of the center section is the passenger station and a few mainline storage tracks. One of the recent additions, this was done during the virtual convention held by the UK folks. I added this trolley line. This trolley line runs from the passenger station behind some of the local businesses, past the hospital, goes between the town and the main line, and ends up at the town's trolley station. This is how passengers get from the passenger station to the town using the trolley. Some of the kits have been purchased new and been built, like this hospital. Some of the buildings are saved, like these 5 houses from the earlier layout, yet to be positioned on the layout. And many of the town buildings are also saved from the earlier 4x6 layout. With the building of the table work, one of the obstacles was a water pipe. The trains go between the wall and the water pipe. And so as to hide the water pipe, a hill was built. Eventually, where the water pipe is, a cell tower will be built. Then moving to the left, another hill was built to fill in the corner. As you continue to the left, you enter the industrial section of the layout. Various different buildings from different manufacturers. To break things up, another pass-through hill was added. And then this tunnel leads into the oil tank area. Originally, the tracks in front of the retaining wall was the original path of the layout. And as you see here, the redirected tracks on the west end of the oil tank room. In the industrial area, we have a nice fire station. We have a paint factory, a grain elevator, a tool supply company. The most important building on the layout, the brewery, a small collection of trucks. These trucks will be used on the layout here at home, and some will be also used on the new Middletown and Stony Point show layout. I have a power generating station and worked on cutting down some telephone poles so that the wires lead from the power station. Everybody needs your packages on time, so we have UPS. The bus repair depot. the maintenance away shop. We have the engine servicing building. Between the tracks where you see the yellow paint is where the isolated blocks are. As I have mentioned before, this layout is set up for DC and DCC, and it's a traditional block system. There is a total of 8 interlockings, allowing for crossover between tracks. There's a coal yard. And here we see the control panel. The upper push buttons are for the switch turnouts, and the 2 rows of buttons below are for selecting either cab A or cab B. And then down in the center, cab A or cab B can be DC or DCC. One of the first things that I'm doing with this layout is I have card boxes for card cards. So when you're having rail operations, you can keep track of where the cars are and where the cars are going. This is the first time for me to have these. So here's just some more shots of the layout. And now I will take us over to the non-public area of the layout, the oil tank room. So here's the original curve of the tracks in the industrial area. And here is the new alignment for the east and west main heading into the west tunnel of the oil tank room. Here's the west tunnel oil tank room side. There's 2 short storage tracks and 1 long storage track. And this now has become the home storage track for my Ringling Brothers and Barnum Bailey circus train. The train is 24 cars long. Each car is 85 feet in length. If I was to park this train in my normal yard, it would take up 3 full tracks of the storage yard. This additional section of the layout is 4 feet wide by 6.5 feet long and was created solely to add additional running time and length to the overall layout. And to the left of the concrete support post is the back side of the east tunnel we saw with the foliage. Here we find the Canadian Pacific running around the town tracks, heading behind the lumber yard and between the yard. Now we're going through the front section of the middle of the layout. This passes the main of 2 control stations. There's 1 main control station for the main layout. There's a second control station for the staging yard. And as before, this Canadian Pacific is going past 1 of 8 interlockings, allowing the trains to traverse the main lines. This is passing the engine servicing area and the sidings for some of the new industries. More sidings will be added as industries grow. Here we find the Canadian Pacific disappearing into oil tank room. A Department 56 mountain given to me by a neighbor. And here is the east portal of the oil tank tunnel. Shortly, the Canadian Pacific will reappear. And here we have the oil, now going back through another tunnel. Past the UPS. This is going to be a site of a future factory, staging the parking and the property line right now. And now we have the train going through the water tunnel. This is the tunnel to hide the water pipe. And now the train is going through the back section of the middle of the layout, past the newly installed backdrops. And now it's heading back into the town area where we first saw the layout. With the tracks and the oil tank room out of sight, and my being a television engineer, couldn't help but install CCTV cameras and this old analog video display to show parts of the layout that were outside of the normal view. This monitor is to aid in backing into the paint factory and a grain silo to make it easier to see when the last car is at the end of each siding. Here we are looking at the video screen of the west end of the oil tank room. This is to monitor the two sidings when backing train into the storage tracks, as these two tracks are not visible from the main layout room. As you see, the Canadian Pacific has entered the oil tank room and is going around the large loop area of track. As before, this was created just to add longer running time and to also provide a long siding for storage of the circuits train. You will see in the upper left-hand corner of the screen the east end of the tunnel. The train can be barely made out. This is the second power station and control panel. The cab on the left handles the B position of all the rocker switches for independent yard operation. The rocker switches in the upper position are fed off the main control panel, either off of the A or the B cab of the main throttle pack. The right throttle knob on this control panel is what controls and runs the trolley line. Here we find the trolley at the passenger station. The trolley is now heading back to town to return its passengers to their homes. Going behind one of the two fire stations on the layout, the dentist office, the trolley office, the men's clothing store, going past the hospital, a little motel, the freight house, the Valley Lumber Company, and ending up at the trolley station in the town center. In this shot, we are seeing the Canadian Pacific bypassing the main line and going through the yard and the rock cut. This is one of the two ways to enter the yard. And as we follow the tail end of the train, it has exited the rock cut and back on the main line tracks. These are shelves I've set up to store all the supplies to support both layouts, the new Middletown and Stony Point, and the home layout the Palmer Model Railroad. Supplies will be packed into storage boxes called pelican cases when traveling to shows, as there are always landscaping and scenery repairs that are needed. As a line from the movie Animal House, the new Oldsmobiles are in early this year. This is the little car dealership. This is another very old kit that was saved from an earlier layout, fixed up and repurposed for this layout. In the past, going to train shows, I've had to rent U-Hauls or other rental vehicles to transport the layout. This trailer is now called LTV1, or Layout Transport Vehicle 1. This is a 6 by 11 foot utility trailer, has hinged rear and hinged side door. Here we are looking in the curbside side door of the new transport utility vehicle. The shelves for holding the different modules of the layout. The bungee cords and all the eyelets are for securing and anchoring the table legs. The table legs will travel in this open area between the wall and the shelves for the modules. In the nose of the trailer, the black Pelican cases will store all the black drape, power supplies, extension cords, engines, and other things to set up and maintain the layout. And of course, when you set up the layout of the show, you got to vacuum it off. With end scale, the tiniest little debris can damage an engine. The rest of the nose storage will be for all the cars and rolling stock. These are traveled in car cases, 5 cases to a bag, and typically 5 bags are taken to a show. The top shelf will support the mountain unit and the town fill-in section, as these are the tallest of all the modules. This will support the town, which is one of the 2 large original layout pieces, and then the next shelf down will support the center or main yard section. The added yard and other smaller pieces will live down here in the lower compartment. Looking towards the nose of the trailer, you will see on the left, the edge of the shelves is where the legs will be connected for transport. With having this trailer, much more elbow room, not as big a concern to make everything fit, will make going to shows easier and more enjoyable, since packing is no longer going to be a chore with the layout transport vehicle.
Okay, so we should be back. I should have my mic turned on. Everyone should be able to hear me. Well, that was interesting, Dwight. I'll hand the stage over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Martin. Basically, I've had an interest in trains since growing up playing with my dad's Lionels that I worked with my grandfather. I got back into the hobby in the late 2000s. The show layout, which is the first part, is basically the 3rd reincarnation of a layout. There was originally a 3x6 that morphed into a 4x6 that I tried to build for shows and was just too difficult to move around, and that's why I went modular. It's not to any standard, it's just basically built to give the maximum layout for the space. And over the last couple of years, I've added a little section here, a little section there, just keep expanding it out a little bit.
Cool. So,
and then
you've been to Amherst, obviously, by those videos and
Yes,
talking with you.
Amherst. I've been to Amherst for 3 years. I was first year was the 50th anniversary.
Cool.
Do many shows throughout the New York, New Jersey, Connecticut area. Up until June, I lived just outside New York City, so it was easy to do the New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania area.
Okay, so how many shows do you go to a year? Both Brad and I are in clubs that attend quite a few shows, and I think we do about 14 or 15 a year.
Before before the worldwide lockdown, I did on average about 6 or 8 shows a year.
Okay. Yeah, we only had notice the other day our last 2 shows for the year have been cancelled, and the next train show in Queensland is going to be in Bundaberg in March next year. So
With the first layout with my tour, that is also a sole proprietor layout, and that's one of the only sole proprietor layouts that's at Amherst. Most of everything that's there is either N scale, HO, ON3, G scale, and they're all clubs. So that's a pretty unique for me to be one of the only single person layouts at the show.
yes, yeah, well, neither Brad nor I have had the experience of going to Amherst, but every year when it's on, we see all the videos that come up in YouTube, and I just find it mesmerising. You can get around a show that big in 2 days.
You can't get around a show that big in 2 days. You need 6.
6 days, yes. It's a shame it's only open for 2, isn't it? That's all.
It'd be nice if they had it open Friday evening and Saturday, Sunday.
So, Brad, how does the chat look? Are we?
Look, there's lots of comments in there, all great comments about the layout and whatnot. Pat did ask, on your home layout, what turnout control do you use?
Both layouts are 100% Atlas Code 80. I basically stayed to what any average family would have right out of the box.
Okay, so are they manually operated, or do they have?
On the home layout, they are all electrically operated except for 1 or 2 at a few of the sidings. The show layout is 100% electrically operated.
Okay. Another question there in the chat was, what do you use for your line markings on your roads?
I use the Bushy foil foam roadway from Germany. It lays down very nice. You can curve it without too much trouble. It's also what I use for my parking lots and side street parking.
Okay. Cool.
Let me quickly dig through here. I'll have one. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about your trailer for transport? That's something that interests me, based on that I'm about 3 or 4 hours away.
What I used to do is use U-Haul, either vans or trailers. And since I couldn't have anything permanent, I used to use ratchet straps to create a sling and lay foam insulation sheets on the ratchet straps. Unfortunately, there was a lot of wasted space between the levels. Recently, I've had the opportunity to be able to afford a trailer, and the different heights are now more uniform. So there's not going to be like big expanses of space between the levels. There's also room now to store the legs between the shelves and the curbside of the unit. It was always a challenge to get everything to fit in a rental vehicle. And that will also make doing shows even easier. So, doing a one-day show, it's not going to be as much of a chore loading and unloading. And that's always been the problem, is the aggravation and the amount of work it took to do a one-day show.
Yeah, okay. So while we're on the show side of things, once we all get out of this bit of crazy time we're in, what's your next planned show to go to?
I am supposed to be part of the Hub Group's Columbus Day weekend convention. I will be a drive-in and drive-out layout on display. People coming from New York, Vermont, Connecticut, and further west coming to New England will be able to come and visit the layout on their way in or out of the convention. Both layouts will be set up for that weekend. The show layout, the new Middletown and Stony Point layout, the Monday before Thanksgiving will be set up in central Massachusetts at the Worcester Museum of Art and will be on display through January 10th. It'll be the longest time the layout's been set up away from home and in a show setting. So it's almost 7 weeks that will be on display.
Nice, interesting. I see we're up to around that 160 total viewers, Martin. So how's the chat over in YouTube looking?
The YouTube chat's pretty quiet here. I see Ron Marsh had dropped in there, but I mean, there's one thing. It's more of a comment than a question, but I model N-scale American passenger outline, and one of the best things about N-scale is the size of the trains that you can run. So, what would be the average size consist that you would run on your layout?
On the show layout, I typically can't run more than about 24 cars, box cars. I can't run anything more than about 14 passenger cars at the 85-foot length passenger cars. With the home layout behind me, I'm able to run my circus train. That runs at about 26 85-foot long cars. But it also, with that many cars, needs multiple engines. And there's not the curves to support that on the traveling layout.
Yep. I noticed in the video as well the buildings that you had around the place. The other thing with N-scale as well is you can build some, high-rise buildings, and they don't take over the whole room because of their size. Could you give us a bit of an outline on some of the buildings and some of the kits that you've got there? And
a lot of the kits are the older Pola kits from the 80s. Some of them are the DPM kits from the last few years. In the second half, for the home layout, you saw the Leech Hospital. That's an old Concord kit. I basically use a lot of different kits. Some I've had and repurposed. Some I found on eBay. Some I picked up at train shows. I'm not really into one manufacturer or the other. One of the modelers in the NMRA helped me build the shipyard brewing kit because that was the first wood kit, and realized it was beyond my skills. And the gentleman from Long Island built that for me. I was very grateful. So, I have all kinds of different models. It's whatever looks nice. It's not trying to model a specific era or city or town. Because from New England, you go from colonial to the industrial to modern. So you look at the cities around here, you got all various buildings and building types.
Yes, yeah. That's one of the places I've yet to venture over to is the East Coast, and I'm looking forward to getting over there because there's a bit more history over there than the West Coast, I guess. But
and as you saw in the first half, the show layout, there's a lot of detail. There's street lights, there's lights in the cars. And the thing that impresses people the most, I use as a track. I did the cross the track method for sensing the train just because it was easier. But, with the working signal lights, that really draws people's attention. It doesn't do anything more than it's for show.
Yes.
But still, when you're in a show setting and people see stuff actually working and changing, it really intrigues people's interest.
Yes, well, I tend to do that with our club's layout. The modules that I built, they've got an animated road scene and an excavator that moves and a few bits and pieces. But then again, I noticed your backdrops there. Can you give us a bit of a story on your backdrops?
These backdrops here were from a gentleman from Pennsylvania who makes backdrops. They were purchased through eBay. So basically, I just went the easy way, bought them, cut them to size, and so over here, it's shorter because there's only it's a reach over to get to that part of the layout. The area behind me is actually to a hard wall, so that's the full height of the backdrop.
Okay.
So that's the reason why this side's shorter. It's a reach over to access. And in the industrial area, which you saw in the second half of the video, there's actually 2 lift out sections so that you can actually get to and maintain and clean those parts of the layout.
Okay. I've got a couple of questions over here in Facebook. John says, great layout. Love the trolley. Does it auto reverse?
Thank you. The trolley is basically on its own throttle of a 2-pack throttle pack. So that the trolley basically is manually operated, and it basically will go either direction on the B side of a throttle pack. So the home layout actually has 3 throttle packs. The main throttle pack is cab A and cab B. On the main control panel, there's a rocker switch to go between A and B to feed the yard, and then the yard's either the main control panel in the upper position or local control in the B position. The layout also can completely be flipped over also from DC to DCC with a changeover switch. So the layout can either be DC or DCC. Most of the stuff I have is from the 70s and 80s, older engines, not worth the aggravation of converting them. But if you were to come to visit and wanted to run on a main line or run from a yard through an interlocking, we can make it DCC or DC. And that was the whole purpose behind the home layout, is anybody, any flavor, any format can run.
Okay, interesting. Another question over here. David asks, for your show layout, how long does it take to set up, and do you have any help setting it up?
The home layout basically takes under 90 minutes to set up. So if I pull up at a location, the 3 main parts of the layout sit on cradles. When the legs are unfolded, the layout rests on those, and then the interconnecting pieces will go between those. So get the layout on the legs, the fill-in track gets put in, it gets a quick test, dress skirt goes on, then the track gets a full cleaning, 90 minutes. And I do it usually by myself. It's not that hard because everything just fits together nicely. Just like N-track or T-track, I've got the layout to the point now where all the little pieces fit in a storage box. You open up the tackle box, and you just start in one spot and work your way around in a circle.
Okay, interesting. Now, just out of curiosity here, the pull-down procedure, is it much the same time, or due to the fact you've been at a show all weekend, you're keen to get home? Is it quicker?
When a show ends, the first thing I will do is pull off the dress skirt, fold that, because you're usually waiting for access to get out of the building. So do the dress skirt first, then I do rolling stock, and then I will pull out the short sections of track between the units, and then disconnect the short sections between the larger sections, and then pull the larger sections off of the legs. So probably half an hour, 40 minutes to break down and pack up. And obviously now with the trailer that I've set up, it's not going to be, a challenge to get everything to fit. Everything's going to have a proper shelf and a proper place. So that will greatly probably increase the time on both ends.
Yeah, interesting. Any questions over there on YouTube, Martin?
Just one requiring Vince. Usually when you get about 10 feet of people in front of you all looking at the layout, that's when it decides to have dirty track and everything decide to stop.
When I'm with the show layout and the home layout, I worked in television industry, so I have the lint-free and static-free cloths that used to be used to clean videotape heads. Talking history now, videotape heads. Yep. Just use rubbing alcohol. Prior to the show opening, I will give the tracks a good cleaning. I will give all the engines a cleaning prior to the show opening. I will rotate the trains and consists throughout the show so that I have a chance to pull an engine and cars off the track and run other cars so that they don't get too much buildup. Typically on a show that opens at 9 and goes until 4, the track will get cleaned at least once during the show. Prior to a big show like the Amherst show or the Worcester Art Museum show, anything that will be used will be prepped. I will physically remove all the axles from the cars, soak them in alcohol, wipe them down, reassemble the axles into the cars. I have found that the extra effort you do in maintenance pays off in the long run.
Exactly. We always have this problem of at shows. We'll always have one club member that comes along who pulls something out. It says, "Oh, I haven't run this in 15 years. I thought I'd bring it along today." And next minute, the whole layout comes to a grinding halt.
After the first loop, you got a layer of dirt.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Many of my cars are older cars, so I still use the Rapido couplers. I do have some knuckle cars and some knuckle engines. But basically, I have in the last year between Atlas, Intermountain, and another vendor, I have removed all the old, as we would call it, pizza cutter wheels and gone to the black and brass low profile wheels. So that has improved also the reliability of the way the cars run, and also lessen the amount of cleaning that's needed going to one type of wheel set. So I don't have a mix of the black and brass or the old pizza cutter wheels or the plastic.
Okay. And you don't use any, obviously you said using the lint brush wipes to clean the track. I guess you don't use any abrasive track rubbers or
I do. If the show layout hasn't been run in a while, and it's say been just sitting, I will probably run a Bright Boy over it first and then wipe it down with the lint-free cloth and alcohol, because sometimes you'll get the stubborn, oxidation where, you'll need a little bit more gusto of a Bright Boy. But I don't use automatic transmission fluid or any of that other stuff. Just, occasionally a Bright Boy and just rubbing alcohol.
Okay. You got any other questions over there, Brad? Or
Yeah, David Wolf asked, do you have any problems with expansion going from your home into the trailer and then into the show hall?
No, because typically when I will show, the first thing I do is put all the pieces either on their legs or the smaller pieces on a table and let them sit for an hour and come up to ambient temperature. I'm in because like with a multiple day show, you've usually got a setup day. So the most important thing is get into the hall, put the stuff either on card tables or banquet tables, let it warm up to room temperature, put the tables together, put the pieces together. And when I actually connect the modules together, I don't do the wing nuts tight until I've done at least a test run, and then I'll cinch things up. So it gives everything a chance to warm up to, the ambient temperature.
Okay. Dan asks, do you do the Greenberg show? And do you do any shows further south in NJ?
I don't do the Greenberg shows, but I have done shows in New Jersey. The show layout before some of the expansions was the first private layout to be on display at Steamtown, which is a National Historic Site run by the Park Service. So that was a very unique opportunity. Obviously, once we get our marching orders again and we can go back, the shows, and now having some more flexibility, I plan to, do more shows if they're more than one day shows. So there's a couple shows in the South, like the Maryland and Carolinas I'm looking at.
Okay, nice, cool. Any questions over there on YouTube, or cause that's about it here on Facebook?
No, I've only got one question, which really isn't a Dwight, and it's from a Mr. Wilson. He was inquiring on how the weather is in Australia today, and I'll tell him at 1 o'clock in the morning it is quite chilly, but I believe he comes from the northern parts of Canada, So his slightly chilly and our slightly chilly Brad are going to be two very different things, I think.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised. I did see before that you are wearing jeans, but there is a bead of sweat on your forehead, so I think it's still quite hot down here in your
Yeah,
term.
yeah, I would say it's hot. Yeah.
Okay, well,
So
if there's no more questions, Dwight, I like to thank you for the layout tour. It's great seeing some stuff over there and a show layout especially. Thanks for the effort.
I thank you all for putting this together. It's been fun the last few weeks watching all these different clinics and all these other tours. It's really fun to watch how different people do things.
it's
I
our
mean, I had some issues with track on the show layout, and because of people in the NMRA, there's a couple key people that know who I'm talking to. Basically, got me off a dead center to pull up and redo some of the track work because it was originally built all a sectional track, and great portions of it now have been redone with Flex.
good, cool. Well, like Brad said, it's great to have you on. We're
Thank
going
you.
to take a little break now and recoup and refill the coffee mug and or get more popcorn depending on which part of the day you're in. And we'll be back with our next presenter. So, Dwight, thank you very much. Okay, Brad, we're back. We've been all over the states this evening. I mean, Gordy must be going to get us some frequent flyer miles. I mean, you know, he sent us on a goose chase all over the place. We're now in just north of Dallas, Texas, with Dwayne. So, I think he should double our pay for tonight.
Well, if he doesn't double our pay, I just wish you'd get us better seats in this plane, because these seats aren't comfortable.
I know he always sends us cattle class. I reckon we've earned at least premium economy. You know, like. So anyway, just a quick note: we're now streaming on YouTube through the wonders of modern technology and being able to get the electrons to flow on the other side of the wire in Australia. We've managed to do a stream to Facebook and to YouTube at the same time. So everybody out there, if you're having problems with Facebook, because it can be a bit of a problematic platform, hop on over to YouTube. So Brad, you got a community service announcement as well, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right. While we're up with technology, we're also running a virtual door prize. So to jump in and grab an entry in that, all you've got to do is put a post up on Facebook or Instagram, hashtag NMRAx, and you'll go into the draw for a $50 certificate at Mini Prints, and they've got some really great details for your home layout. I've seen Martin's already been madly on his phone searching the website, so I dare say there'll be some things showing up shortly in the mail for him. But without any further ado, our next clinician is in. By day, he helps keep your credit card transactions safe. He's an AP chair, division director, and MMR 391. Welcome, Dwayne. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm going to kick off my slide presentation here. All right. I like to call this clinic, if it ain't dirty, it ain't done. This particular class is not your typical weathering clinic where I'm going to talk about how to do it. I'm going to talk more about where and why to do it. One of the things that I've found, and I certainly mean no insult to anybody watching this, I've found that over time, and I've learned this one the hard way, that a lot of us tend to weather incorrectly in a few places. It's all about context, and I cover this in several different types of clinics, but we're really going to go over this today. What is weathering and why should I bother? And it's part of this attention to detail, and it really is what separates our scale models from being a toy. And one of the things that I found that I really thought was a really spot on was a comment from a very famous model railroader from back in the day named Frank Ellison, where he once said, the layout is our stage and our trains are the actors on that stage, and weathering is our actors' makeup. And that's very true. So what we're going to cover today is different ways that you can go about modeling and weathering your models and really make them stand out and stand up above the rest. So we're going to break this into a few categories. I'm going to quickly cover some philosophy, and then we're going to break it down by rolling stock, locomotives, structures, and finally scenes themselves. So for philosophy, it's pretty straightforward. What should I weather? All of it. Everything from the fascia to the backdrop should have some semblance of weathering on it. It doesn't have to be filthy, grimy, and dirty. The cars don't have to be only held together by the coat of paint, but they do need to look lived in. It's pretty simple. We live in a really dirty world, and our models need to reflect that. They need to look like they've been outside and that they've been in the rain and in the snow and whatever else environment that your railroad may run through. What does a car haul? Can it be spilled? Where does it haul it? All of these things go into the impact on our rolling stock and our structures. All kinds of things coat to, cover, stick to, land on, and are spilled on our rolling stock. And all of this kind of boils into what I like to refer to as the 5 keys to good weathering. And you keep these 5 things in mind: grease, grime, dust, rust, and mud. All of that will combine together, and we're going to talk about this off and on throughout the clinic. So jumping right into rolling stock, our freight cars are very dirty. They get beat up and banged up. They're rusty. They're muddy. All these things, come into play. And again, it's those 5 keys that I talked about. The other things to keep in mind are faded lettering. This is if you take two things out of this clinic, this one right here is number one, and we'll talk about this more a little bit later, but faded lettering and soot on your roofs. Car bodies, the sides and the ends and everything, the lettering will look faded over time, and it'll give the appearance that the car has been in service. Too often we'll grab a car, whether it's an old Athearn Blue Box or an AccuRail or whatever the latest, greatest thing is with all the greatest details, and it may look absolutely immaculate. And more often than not, a guy will come home, pull this out of the box, and go straight to his box of magic tricks and start making it look dirty. And you end up with a car that looks like it's, been out on the line for 10, 15, 20 years. But this is a high side gondola that I built a number of years ago. I do Colorado narrow gauge out in the southwestern corner of the state. I understand for HON3 guys that's terribly original, but we're a sister railroad to the Rio Grande Southern, and we're very tied to the RGS. So even though we're a freelance, we're very tied to the prototype. So in this particular case, all I did with this particular car is to take the boxcar red that I used to paint the outside of the car, and I mixed it down to a very, very thin wash, and I just shot a coat of that all the way around the car, around the decals, and it does a couple things. It'll help hide your decal film if there is any still showing, and it will fade that lettering into the background. Now, what you have to be very careful about if you operate your railroad is not to overdo it, and this is why I go to very, very thin washes. You can always layer it up, but you can't take it back. So be very careful around your car numbers so that you don't cover them up if you're in operations. If you do what the railroad does. Mask off a little rectangle around it, shoot a fresh coat of paint over it, layer on some new numbers. That will also help tell a story, and that's part of what our weathering is here to do, is tell that story of time. Undercarriages of cars, this is where a lot of these 5 keys are going to come into place. Trucks and couplers, don't forget those as well. Those are easily done. All the new chalks and powders that are out there make this a very easy task to do, and it won't hurt the operation of the freight car itself. But they do get very dirty and very rusty. Passenger trucks don't get as dirty because they typically keep those clean. Passenger cars and reefers, reefers being in food service, railroad did try to keep those clean a little bit, but passenger cars especially. Nobody wants a customer climbing in and out of a filthy coach. You want to put your best foot forward. Everything that's customer facing should look a little better than the rest of the road. Now, general principles for rolling stock, again, we're covering the same 5 keys. I prefer to use paint for most of it. However, with a lot of the newer weathering powders, AIM and Bragdon, things like that, Prismacolored colored pencils, AK Interactive, who primarily cater to the military modelers, tank guys and things, they have a wonderful new set of weathering pencils. And it's a watercolor based, so you can use them like you would a regular colored pencil for doing streaks and things, but you can also get them wet and then do wet looking stains and things like that. Different types of stains. Alcohol and India ink is a go-to for a lot of us, has been for decades. I would caution newer guys, if you're not aware, a lot of people will tend to want to go, well, I've got some shoe dye, a leather dye, I'll use that. Black leather dye in almost every instance is really a very, very dark blue. And under certain types of lights and usually fluorescence, that black stain will no longer be black, but kind of a weird blue to purplish hue. And it will really mess up a good paint job. So one thing to keep in mind, the one that I know of is USMC black. It has nothing to do with the U.S. Marine Corps, but that's a good way to help remember it. But that black is actually black, so you can use it. But plain old India ink is fairly easy to find from any art supply, and mix up several different shades of it, several different pints of alcohol. If you do a lot of wooden modeling, wood freight cars, wooden structures, try to get the highest alcohol content you can in your rubbing alcohol. More alcohol means less water, and less water means more warping, and it will dry faster. So mix you up several colors, dip a few blocks in, and make yourself what we call a storyboard. So you glue these things out to a piece of styrene or a sheet of paper or foam core board, whatever, and then write the recipe next to it. So this is 1 teaspoon of alcohol to a pint or whatever. And you can use that then as a reference when you're building your model. How dirty do I want this thing to be? Now, back into our overall weathering. When you've got a freight car bottom, believe it or not, they actually get muddy. And I'm not talking, monster truck, grave digger kind of dirty. We're not taking this thing out four-wheeling, but right-of-ways, and especially in lesser railroads, where you're not talking a good class 1, a little bit of the right of way can get washed out from time to time. A bit of a mud puddle can develop underneath the track. And as the weight of the freight car goes over that particular rail, it will push it down into it very suddenly. And this causes a splash up underneath the car. And it can come up the car sides. It's something you want to do as a very subtle effect. There are a lot of old techniques. Remember guys talking about dipping an old toothbrush into it and dragging their thumb across it. And this will throw some very large droplets of paint up the car. You want to be very careful to do it from the bottom up whenever you're doing anything, even airbrushing it, because you want these things to move in an upward fashion since that's the direction that it's coming from. But typically for HO and N scale, these drops are just too big. You may have some instances where you may need it, but again, very, very sparingly. But up underneath the car, your stains, powder washes, anything that's metal obviously can have a little rust spots here and there as paint flakes off, as it will do as the car is being used. Bragdon powders are a good way to go, or the AIM powders, or whichever weathering powder you tend to like. These are much better than the old pastel chalks that we used to use because they actually have an adhesive quality to them. So the old ones, you know, you would over weather it and you'd seal it with a dull coat, and a lot of that finish would melt away. And it took years of practice to get good at knowing when to stop and know what you're going to get, what you expect at the end. The Bragdon powders and the AIM powders don't work that way. I mean, the old ones, the harder you rub them, the more they would blend and the more they would erase. And these, the harder you rub them, the better they stay. And you have to be use them very sparingly. But I use them around my trucks, on the wheel faces, all the brake gear, things like that. A little mist of grimy black here and there just to help, you know, kind of cover some of the shadows and things. All this stuff is tried to represent various parts and pieces of your weathering, obviously. And then I finish that off with a coat of dust. Now, with flow cool going away or having been gone away, there's other options for dust. And in some cases, if it's something I'm not touching. Now, rolling stock is a little different because, you know, you'll have the occasional derailment. You may be taking it to a club or to a friend's layout, but they get handled. So I typically like to do it on rolling stock with paint. Structures, I'll actually use real dirt, but on a freight car, I try to do as much paint as I can just because of the handling part. Now, for the sides and the tops of the cars, again, the first thing we want to do is mist in our coat of paint to fade that lettering back into the background a little bit. And then we want to give some thought to, again, where is it running? What's it running through as to what may come down the sides of the cars and things like that. But again, you're dealing with more of a vertical kind of a weathering technique because everything's going to be running down the car. Gravity is just funny that way. Even with the car moving down the line, you may get a little bit of a drift from one side to the other, but typically all those stains and things are going to run straight down the car. Chalks work really well for this. The new watercolor pencils I found work really, really well for it, depending on the kind of stain you're looking for. But something to keep in mind on all the roofs of your stock cars and your structures and things are the type of leftovers from our locomotives. What kind of cinders are left if you're running steam, things like that. That typically is something that gets overlooked. And roof detail is by far the most important thing to cover on your railroad, because in almost all cases, unless you've got a double deck layout where you've got something a little more eye level, most of the time we're looking down onto our layouts. The roofs of buildings should have more detail. Roofs of our cars should have as much detail as we can. So we're looking at different things there to include your different soot buildup or cinders or whatever. And these can be done fairly easily. You want to add a little bit of rust here and there, a little bit of dry brushing, but everything, again, is on a vertical surface. So you always want to use upstrokes as you're adding these things. If you're kicking it up from the bottom, if you're looking at something that the rain may wash down, then you want to use a downstroke. But remember that the bottom of any wall is going to stay wetter longer. And this really impacts structures more than it does freight cars, but you're going to get more buildup at the bottom of a car than you will at the top. Now, this is a good example of using pencils for colored weather, or for doing weathering. Using the colored pencils from Prismacolor is the ones I used on this car. Other than alcohol and India ink and the Bragdon powders on the wheels themselves and the couplers, the car itself, all of that weathering on the outside is done with Prismacolored colored pencils. You can get them very sharp. You can get them down in all the little nooks and crannies. You can get really fine detail with them. You can draw lines in there like the paint is peeling. You can get them really sharp and then turn it up on its side, and you can drag it, back and forth or up and down depending on the streak you're trying to get, and use the larger piece of the exposed material or lead, as we think of it in a pencil, and you can get some really, really nice effects with it. And it takes just a little bit of learning curve, but it's not very bad. Now, stock cars are a unique car because of what they haul. Most of the time, you're talking larger animals, cows, horses, things like that. There are specialty cars where they have a second deck when you're talking about hauling sheep or pigs, things to that effect. But they have a stain that is very unique to what they haul. Whenever you load animals into a stock car, they put down some hay and they put down a coat of lime onto the floor. And when the animals are offloaded, all of this gets pressure washed out the side, and that lime will leave this whitish haze around the side sills of the car. And if it's a double deck, you'll see a similar stain about halfway up the car. And this is very, very simple to do. Again, it's great with chalks. There's what they call, I think it's mortar is the color they call it, from Bragdon. Does a very, very nice job of this. And it's because it's already a little bit of grayish color for the mortar, but it's also a little darker than white. So it kind of gives it a bit of a lime stain, but aged as well. So that's a really, really nice effect. Again, we talked about the different types of soot and cinders and that kind of buildup, and that's really, really simple to do as well. Something like a Vallejo flat varnish, you can take a little bit of that on a brush and paint it around any ribs on the roof or up around the edges of the roof walks and things like that. And then a little bit of artist graphite, take a fine piece of sandpaper and sand a little bit of that down into a pile, and you can take some of that and put it into that wet paint and use that not only as a flattening agent, but as a glue or adhesive. And this will help hold all that in place. And believe it or not, a freight car rolling down the rails, even though it's shaking back and forth and the wind's blowing across it, it actually will build up a fairly respectable amount of cinders up on a roof. And especially anything that's parked will build, and the trains are going by it all the time, will actually build up a good pile of them relatively quickly. So it's a simple effect, but it's very dramatic. It can be overdone, so be very careful with it, but play around with it. Find something that you like. It is a really neat effect, and it's not done by many people, and it's something that'll help set your stuff apart. Talking about that stain here, this is a friend of mine's layout, and he's got an SN3 layout, and you can see this haze across the bottom of the car right here, and all of that was done with an airbrush. Mark had a friend of his named Steve Amatrano actually painted that with an airbrush, but it can be done with the chalks as well. But it's a really nice effect. It really makes them look lived in. Again, you probably seen in previous slides, harping on it a lot. Rust any of the metal parts, brake wheels, stovepipes, even on passenger cars, especially cabooses. You add a little bit of rust before the soot. Typically, the rust is going to be behind everything else that's landed on it and making it dirty. So you kind of have to think logically about what got piled on it in what order. So it's wood, then paint, then lettering paint, and then everything else that gets stacked up on top of it. So in this case, the rust is going to happen in the background. The soot's going to be on the top. So tank cars are another one where we have to think about, what gets spilled on it. Covered hoppers for the more modern modelers, they have a bit of a well in the top of it, which holds liquids. If it's hauling grain, that grain stays wet for a really long time and causes that top to rust out. And ones that haul chemicals are even worse, because depending on what chemical it is, that mixture of water can get that to turn caustic, and it can really start eating away at the paint job on the tops of these cars. And it requires, the same rusting effect, but maybe just a little bit more of it. And I always encourage anybody on anything that you're going to be handling a lot, and this is really where rolling stock and locomotives are really the important part, is always seal it with a little bit of dull coat after you're done. Use the dull coat of your choice. If you want to mix it and shoot it out of an airbrush, great. If you like Tamiya or Tamiya, however you want to pronounce it, better than you like the Tester's rattle can, great, go with that. Any rattle can, though, I would suggest that you soak the can itself in some warm water for 5 to 10 minutes to help warm the paint up a little bit. And anything you shoot, whether it be a color coat or especially a clear coat for dulling out a finish, be very careful about shooting it in a very humid environment, because any moisture that paint traps between the paint surface that seals and the model will cause what they call blushing, where it will turn a bit of white. Shooting over alcohol and India ink, if it's still wet at all, can cause the same kind of effect. So you have to be a little careful, make sure everything is very, very dry, but you do want to seal it just to prevent everything from getting rubbed off over time. Now, see, this is a case of for the modern guys, and again, talking about the covered hoppers. Look at the rust on the top of this car and how these streaks run down, and they're even intervals, so that's got to be a seam. You've got another seam across here where the angle changes. That is super easy to do. You can mask it off and airbrush it if you really wanted to get that technical with it. But again, those colored pencils are great for effects like this. You've also got graffiti to worry about. Now, being an narrow gauge guy and modeling back in the 50s, I don't have as much of this to worry about as the modern guys do. But there are a lot of good artwork decals out there that you can get with some of the newer printers, like the one Micromark has been selling that will allow you to print in white. You can go out to the internet, find different pieces of artwork, manipulate that around however you want to, and actually use real art, graffiti artists' work and put those onto your cars as decals. I know a lot of Class A railroads, even that high, I've reached out and basically said that unless it covers the car number, they're going to stop painting over it. At this point, it's another layer of protective paint, so you're going to see graffiti on top of graffiti. So stacking decals may become something we may look at doing over time. Put one on, fade it out, beat it up, rust it up, or whatever, and then lay another decal over it. Again, it's look at the prototype, spend some time looking at your favorite browser and looking through pictures of what's out there and giving you some ideas. Now, locomotives, as we switch gears here, are especially steam. These are very, very dirty machines by nature. They create most of the weathering effects that we're going to see, not only on our rolling stock and our locomotives themselves, but as well as the buildings that surround the layout. In the very early days, back in the 1800s, early 1900s, a crew was assigned to a particular engine. And, that's when you saw the engines and they had pinstripes and all this pretty shiny brass. And it became a point of pride that mine is cleaner than yours is. And crews would, kind of challenge themselves back and forth between each other to make sure that mine runs better and it runs cleaner and all this. And when the railroads figured out it was better to have whatever crew was available, take whatever engine was available, that went out the window. Keeping a locomotive clean, there just wasn't any point in it anymore. So over time, they just got dirtier and dirtier and dirtier. Now, I will make a quick caveat to this again, like I mentioned before. If it's meant to haul passengers, they would typically try to keep it clean. And they may even be painted differently than a freight engine will, depending on your railroad. So something else to keep in mind. Now, what fuel your engines burn will also impact the weathering. Oil-burning locomotives won't leave cinders on car roofs, for example. Wood burners will leave a different type of effect on the roof than coal burning will. So it's all about knowing what you're working with. The soot ends up everywhere. Coal or wood-fired roofs of buildings where it's right next to the railroad will have piles of these cinders on top of them. Cars that are parked next to the right-of-way will, because again, it's Newton's law. What goes up must come down. So sides of the smoke box, everything of these on locomotives runs down those boiler jackets down either side, and it creates a bit of a streaky, powdery looking finish when it's all said and done. Oil burners will tend to have a bit of an oily color to that, a little bit of brown, a little bit of black kind of coloring, and all of this streaks down the sides. This is a shot, and I'm hope this shows up well on the screen here. This is one of my very favorite locomotives, and hopefully maybe later this year she'll be under steam again. And I bring this one up as a demonstration. Along here, and I hope you can see my mouse, this is an extra air tank along the back and an air line that runs down forward and then over here to the air pump. This is a great demarcation line when you're weathering. And the reason for this is two things. The lettering used on the side of the locomotive over time will oxidize. And what will happen during rain and things is it will take that oxidation and start washing it down the side of the tender. So you can take a little bit of white powder, take your finger and drag it, put a little bit of white powder on the lettering itself and then drag it down. It's very, very subtle. You don't have to get overdone with it. But where it hits the spot where the tender fuel area stops, this is the deck where they actually put the water into the tender. When they're putting water in this, they're not using a measuring cup. They're not getting a very precise pour. They're not using a garden hose. They've got this huge funnel that it's coming out of your tank or out of your ground mount, and this is pouring in hundreds of gallons at a time, and it's not an exact science. And not only that, in talking with several firemen, they want it to overflow. And the reason for this is it washes those cinders and any small pieces of coal or whatever that may have fallen over the back, and it washes that deck off, and it keeps things from being slick up there for if the crew is walking around back there, and it keeps somebody from falling off the side. But what happens when they wash this off is that water goes up and over the edges and then down the sides of the tender. So this area here won't show the same haze as this because it's getting wet more often, and it's washing that oxidation all the way off the locomotive as opposed to just washing it down the edge just a little bit. So it's something to keep in mind, that there's going to be a line in your weathering on a tender that it gets different than it will be going forward. Again, staying with steam locomotives, it's like a boxcar, a lot of the same principles, cinders, soot, just like we talked about. However, calcium deposits are an interesting one. If your railroad is running a little more backwoods, a little more mom and pop, maybe things aren't being maintenance quite the same you would if you were, modeling the Santa Fe or something like that. They'll tend to spring a leak every once in a while along different steam lines. And typically, depending on where you are in the country or in the nation in this case, you may have harder water or softer water. There may be different minerals in the water, and this can tend to leave, calcium deposits and things like that. And these are really easy to do too. You can take a little bit of distilled water on a paintbrush and just touch it along the line where you want this leak to have appeared. Take you a little bit of off-white paint and get just the tip of it into the brush, and then drop that into that water and let the capillary action and gravity drag that down. And when you first do that, you'll probably use my name in vain because it is very garish up front, but then come back in, weather it back in, and it becomes a very subtle effect, but you instantly, your eye sees it and goes, oh, there's, they've had a little bit of maintenance issue there, kind of thing. It's a neat little effect, and you don't need to do it everywhere. I mean, one, maybe two locomotives on the entire layout and in one spot on those locomotives. If you see it everywhere, you're telling the same story all the time. If you do it once, that locomotive and that locomotive alone needs to get into the shop at some point. So it gets back into that storytelling. I talk a lot in my clinics about, a lot of what we do is smoke and mirrors. If you overdo it, the eye gets used to it, and then it becomes less of an interesting detail. So one locomotive. Again, everything on it, water washes everything down. And I know I'm saying this a lot, but it's very, very important because you'll see a lot of guys will go in there and start doing a lot of side-to-side motions when they start weathering things down, and it just leaves the wrong effect. Again, faded lettering, always with the faded lettering. It's a very important thing, and it so often gets overlooked. Lots and lots of dry brushing, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with this, but for the newer modelers online today, you're going to take your paintbrush, you're going to get it just the tips of it into the paint. You're going to wipe most of that off on a paper towel or on the edge of your palette or whatever. And the whole idea is you want that paintbrush to be almost dry. And this is for streaking kind of effects. So again, very up and down kind of motions, and it will help you with certain types of effects. So you have to kind of play around with it and see, do I like it with a chalk? Do I like it with a paintbrush? Do I like it with an airbrush? Try all of them until I'm trying to get, this kind of effect. Try all three of them until you find the one you like the best. Even some stains. Hunterline makes a great, wonderful line of stains in all sorts of different colors, and those can help you out in all sorts of different applications for making any kind of wet looking stain, help it run all over. Now, diesel locomotives are going to be different, mainly because of what they haul, or the fuel they're using, I'm sorry. It's a little different effect because you don't have the cinders. You don't have that washback of that kind of thing, but you will have an oily petrol kind of effect. And one of the things I found with that is it's best to get that out of an airbrush. Typically, I like to put my paint in a little on the thick side, sometimes even straight, crank up the air pressure on the brush a little bit, and then shoot it from a bit of a distance so that the paint is almost dry when it lands on the model. It creates a much different effect. It gives it a little more of a hazy look, a more scattered look. There's a lot of different ways to get that. I know military guys tend to like to take a little bit of foam, like a sponge, and pull that out at really regular little chunks, and using almost a dry brush effect like that can get a similar kind of effect. Bragdon makes a exhausty kind of colored weathering powder, and a couple of other companies. Tamiya makes one too for doing the jet engine exhaust. Those things can be used as well, depending on how dirty you want your locomotive to be. Now we get into structures. Mother Nature's effects, you've always got to kind of keep in mind. So we start off with the basic one that most of us see unless you're in a desert. And even then you'll see it every once in a while, but rain. This causes most of the staining that we're going to see on a roof. And again, the bottom stays wetter longer, especially if it's in contact with the ground itself. If it's, your foundation is kind of buried or whatever. If you work in an area that, or model in an area where you're in a more northern climate where you get a lot of snow, for example, snow stays piled up around the bottom of the building, so that bottom of the wall is going to stay wetter longer. It will start rotting first. It will start showing the effects of weathering much more than the top will. Now, I mentioned before, there were two things I hope you take out of this clinic today. Number two, a lot of people will take a building and they start weathering it, and they go at the bottom and they weather all the way to the top. There are cases, few cases, if you've got a building up against the rail line where a steam engine's going by it and that smoky exhaust is going up and rolling underneath the eave of the building and out, then yes, weather it all the way up. Other than that, the eave of the building is going to protect the top foot to foot and a half of that wall. I've got pictures that I've taken out of this deck for time, but I've got pictures of barns that I've seen over the years in various parts of the country where the top 18 inches or so of the wall looks brand new. It looks like they painted it yesterday. But once you get out from underneath the protection of that eave where the sun can get on it and the rain can get on it, there's next to no paint left on the building at all. And it's very dramatic when you start making that change and weathering your buildings that way. And it's really neat what that does to help your eye tell your brain that this looks dirty, that it looks lived in, and it fills in some gaps that the back of your brain might be missing otherwise. Any exposed metal, again, rust. It doesn't have to be overdone, and it doesn't have to be completely rusty. Just little bitty spots here and there. Those colored weathering pencils are great for things like that, but just a little bit of detail to help break up the monotony, the monochromaticness of a single color of paint. Dust and grime, you can never go wrong with that. Again, it shows that it's lived in. It shows it's been out there. A little bit over the entire structure, but the bottom of the wall again, if you live in a house where you have neighbors fairly close, and especially if you live close enough that the sun can't get in it and you've got dirt in between your houses, if you go out and you look at in the side yard, look at the walls on your house, chances are maybe as high as 2.5 feet, but typically a little bit lower than that, there'll be a little bit of a haze that's the same color as the dirt in your side yard. And what that is the rain hitting that dirt and splattering it up onto the side of the house. And this is easily done with an airbrush. It's easily done with any dust colored powders. Pan pastels are another biggie that have come onto our hobby in the last few years. And these are really, really nice for doing large surfaces. So dusting like this would be a great application for pan pastels. Black stains, things like that. Again, alcohol and India ink. I really like that combination. It sinks into all the nooks and crannies. It creates the shadows. It creates depth. And it needs to be on everything. I mean, again, from fascia to backdrop. Our people typically are too clean. Our automobiles are way too clean. Cars running down the road typically look cleaner than things that are sitting in a car lot. They really could be dirtied up, and it's a fairly simple task to do. Again, the soot stains on buildings that we talked about, all of these things really add a lot of extra detail. What kind of structure is it? Is it a manufacturing plant? What are they loading and unloading out of our rolling stock? A railroad doesn't very carefully pick something up off a flat car, lift it up in the air so that it's clear of everything, very carefully rotate it, and very daintily sit it down on a loading dock. They reach up, they grab a hold of it, they drag it off the car, which tears up the deck of the flat car. They drag it onto the dock of whatever the building is, which helps tear it up and gouge it and whatever else. They leave it, they're done, they're out. And it's just the fact of the matter of the way people work. And these kinds of impacts can be taught, or can be represented in weathering. So you can go in and you can beat up the edges of the boards a little bit and ingrain on boards, especially on flat car decks and loading docks. The ingrain of the wood will suck up moisture and it rots there first. A sharp little tool. I use a lot of negative tweezers in my modeling, and I got a couple of them that I have literally sanded into a very fine point, and I'll take those and pick at it. Dental picks work great for this too. Eat the edges up of the boards and really tear out chunks of it is really what you're trying to do. And in scale, you got to be careful with this because it's harder to do because you'll pull great big chunks out of it. And you're working in a smaller environment. This needs to be a little more subtle. So maybe an X-Acto would work for this. But you want the edges of the boards to look a little more beat up, and then a slightly darker color of stain on the edges there into that end grain. Let it suck up, and wherever it stops, let it stop. And then the rest of it will be a slightly different color. One of the things I would caution against, and it's become very, very popular in the last couple of decades, is you'll see this in a lot of craftsman kits. Take all the wood for your structure, put a third of it in this color of stain, put a third of it in that color of stain, put another third in the last bucket, and each one of them is progressively darker. Take that, mix them all together, throw it in a pile, and just start putting boards on. And you will find some cases where you will find this in the prototype, but it is really exceedingly rare. And the reason for this is all these boards were put on at the exact same time. They're all from the same source. They're all the same species of wood. So they all typically weather the same way. So because they've all been out there for 8 years, 27 days, and 3 hours, they're all going to be roughly the same color, whether that be a gray like we have here in Texas because we're a lower level, there's a little more oxidation going on, whether it's a brown because you're up in Colorado and there's less oxygen, so the weathering effect of that is a little bit different, turns yellows and browns. Whatever your coloring effect is, typically will be the same color on all of those boards. Now, what you can do if you want that opposite effect is use a new board. If it's a privacy fence, for example, around a yard, they've lost a board, they put on a new one new one, or maybe 3, or worst case 5. Always work in odd numbers, and this is more in detailing than it is in weathering, but odd numbers break up the symmetry and it will help it look real. Even numbers, your mind will see that, and it just, there's something wrong with it, and it eats at the back of your brain a little bit, where the odd number will help solve that. A breakup in that color, if that's what you're going for, maybe try that effect as opposed to the zebra stripe effect you get with different colors. Nail holes are another biggie that a lot of guys tend to like, and I've got arguments against that one too, but it is a nice effect when used properly in the right conditions. It's all about what you want to do. So again, liquid stains, these are going to run all over the place. So what does the manufacturing build? Are they bringing in liquids to make, say, a glue? Can that be spilled on the loading dock because they rupture a can of something or whatever? That's a really important thing to think about when you're working through and deciding what kind of effects you're going to have. Again, the alcohol stains are great for water stains and different chemical stains and things to that effect. Real dirt, whether you get it out of your yard or, in my case, I actually have dirt from Colorado that I use. I sift it down. I've got a set of geology sieves that I shake it all down through, and then I sort it out by different grades. And the bottom canister of that is dust. I mean, one good sneeze, you're going to empty the whole thing dust. And I use that when I'm weathering on buildings and things because it matches the dirt I'm going to be using around the layout, and it helps tie the structures to the ground that it's living in. And it's important that you put your structures down and put the scenery up to it so that you don't get the effect of the house in The Wizard of Oz being dropped on the Wicked Witch. We jokingly in the North Texas area, we kind of refer to this as the Dorothy effect. You want your buildings to look in the ground, not on the ground. So when we weather this thing up, or when you scenic it up, and then you tie your weathering into that, it helps the building look planted into the earth that it lives in. And it's very, very subtle, but it really is a dramatic effect. Any building with a painted surface, you can get peeling paint effects. Again, colored pencils are great for this. They're in larger scales. There's different availability of materials for you. Krylon, Rust-Oleum both make textured spray paints. You can get some of those for painting brick structures, for example, that will actually give it a little bit of tooth in the finish. And it's a really nice effect. There's a crackling medium here I've mentioned at the bottom of the slide from Deco Art. It's an acrylic. You paint this on, you paint your color coat over it, and then it starts to crack and peel. It's a little large for HO. For S, it's not too bad, and for O, it is spectacular, and it really is a nice effect. Again, preaching again, the alcohol stains go everywhere, but people in sidewalks, vehicles, all of this stuff it doesn't have to be a lot. Just a little bit, because it helps set shadows in your figures. It helps set shadows in the sidewalks. Cars leave oil on the streets. Chalks do a really great effect for that. They're easy to manipulate, move around, streak around and things. Seal them down when you're done, just not when your buildings are already on there. Do this before you plant your structures. Otherwise, you have to mask off your streets. Junk. Think of all the things that are around your buildings. Why is it there? What's growing around it? What needs to be rusted? What doesn't? What's it exposed to? Now, this is not a very good picture. I took this one several years ago before I knew which end of a camera to point where. But again, you see the streaks of the oil of cars passing up and down the roads, the expansion joints, the cracks that have been tarred over. Your vehicles, this is another good one, and it's more of a detail than it is weathering, but I really wanted to throw this slide in. License plates can help set an era and a location. Wheels on the vehicles are all round, yet if you look at your car, it's actually flat on the bottom because it's squatting due to the weight. File those flat. I even go so far as to take a little bit of Aleene's tacky glue, put a little bead around the bottom of the tire, and then paint that back into the tire to give it a little bit of squat so it looks like it's heavier. Mask off your windshield, and you can do this easily and put a little bit of dirt across the windshield and peel the mask back off, and it'll look like the windshield wipers have been cleaning the window. Dull coat the vehicle. Nothing should look like it's very fresh and clean and shiny. When you put a figure in, and please, dear God, put figures in your cars. There's nothing creepier than seeing a truck going down the road and nobody's in it. Passenger cars the same way. It's really sad. It's a ghost town. But it takes a little bit of effort to take a car to car, and I realize this, but it really is a nice effect. But while you're in there, roll the window down. Roll it halfway down. Part the way down. Whatever. It makes the vehicles different. It'll make them all unique. Now, if you've seen the old Heinz pickle factory, and it's been made by every manufacturer known to man, and it's been out since probably the late 50s, early 60s. I bought one of those, and I used it basically as a set of plans, and I scratch built it. And here you can see some of the effects of powder weathering, stain weathering, around all the detail parts and everything that's laying around it, and try to give it a little more of a lived-in look. This right here is a detail I wanted to point out. I got this from my father. I'm actually the first generation in 4 not to work for a railroad. All my family worked for the Frisco for many, many years. My dad worked for him for 14 or 15 years before he lost his mind and got into IT. And one of the things that he told me was anywhere they would spot a car, you would usually find a stash of small logs, little blocks of wood, broken pallet skids, whatever, and you chalk the wheels of a freight car with it because you never trust the brakes to hold it in place. So a little stash like this where you've got just a little pile of wood in here, just 1 or 2 pieces, very nice little scenic effect. This was one of my first attempts at fading a sign, and I would most certainly do it differently now than I did back in the 90s, but this will give you an idea of kind of the effect I'm talking about, where you want to try to make that lettering look like it's just as old as the rest of the paint job. Here's your detail parts. Again, it's what is it, where is it, why is it there? You really want to drive yourself insane sometimes, spend a weekend scratch building these little wooden skids. You will question your sanity after you make the first 2 or 3 of those, but it is really nice to have some out of wood because they do affect, take the stains and the effects of time and weathering better than trying to make a plastic one look like wood, my opinion, but I like the effects of it. Here you've got a guy standing up on the top of a ladder, obviously ignoring that little sticker on the top that says not to use that as a step. Where's OSHA when you need them? But again, look how dusty and dirty the truck is. It doesn't have a lot of shine. It doesn't look brand new. It shows the effect that it's been driving around on a dirt road. Your rusty roofs have been all eat up. He's looking at trying to do the repair, I guess. Here's a couple of quick pictures I'll kind of close with. This is part of the Elk Canyon and Western, our narrow gauge group. We recently sold this layout to the gentleman who owns Division Point. This was an SN3, but you can see all the details and the effects of the weathering. This is a mine I built for one of our club members. This took a best in show at an LSR convention and took a first place at the National Narrow Gauge Convention in Denver a few years ago. All of this is made out of wooden coffee stirring sticks and stained with a couple of different shades of hunter line stains. But you can see here how it's darker at the bottom than it is up here and how the effects are varied. And you can get this with a paintbrush. You can do it by dipping it and soaking it however you want to do it, but there's a lot of different techniques that you can play around with, just different shades of stains, and it really is a dramatic impact on how it takes its color, and each technique makes it take that wood color a little bit differently. And there she is installed. When you get down to weathering, and I'll close with this, a little logic goes a long way. pay attention to how it looks in real life. Use your favorite browser. Go look up pictures. Go look at it for real if you can. It's that necessary step that if you take that and you reflect that in your models, yours will stand out above the rest. And the number one thing, remember, it's your railroad. Your railroad, your rules. If somebody else doesn't like what you've done, too bad. They don't have to make them, you don't have to make them happy. This is all about us having some fun and relieving a little stress from the world and coming up with something that we like. And bottle it to your taste and stop. We're doing this to have some fun. Don't let anything else get to you. And I'll open it up for questions.
Great. Thanks, Dwayne. Like you said, yeah, we're in it for fun, and to tell you the truth, I'm enjoying all these clinks we've got coming through. We've got a few questions out there in Facebook and YouTube. Ken asked, what kind of residue would be left behind on the roof of a freight car that's typically been pulled behind a oil-burning steam locomotive?
Yeah, you'll get kind of the similar effect of what you get with a diesel. I like to do that with the same technique. It's a color kind of thing. You want to look around for something that's really oily. I know a lot of modelers have really started shying away from craft paints like these, but there is a color over there that one of the manufacturers, I believe it's Americana, makes called Off Black. And it's this nasty looking brown, blackish color, almost I don't want to say it's crude oil, kind of, because I'll be honest with you, I've never seen pure crude oil, but it does have kind of an oily color to it. And I've mixed that down into an airbrush and then shot that again. Almost full strength. You're going to have to crank the air pressure up on your brush a lot to get it to come out, maybe even a bigger needle, depending on what you're shooting with acrylics. You always want to shoot with at least a medium needle. Another shot for airbrushing. I shoot with a tank of CO2 instead of an air compressor. CO2 means no hydrogen, no H, no H2O. So you have zero water in your line. It's a little expensive to get into it first because you've got to buy a different set of regulators. You've got to buy in the tank. Once you empty out the tank, and a tank will last a long, long time, as long as you remember to turn it off when you're done. You take the tank down. I buy mine at a welding supply. Go over there. It's a small little about 2 foot tall pony tank, and you give them $20 and they give you a charged one and you give them the old empty one and you go home. But a tank, I've got one, I've been shooting on it for well over a year and still haven't emptied it out yet. In fact, I've used only about a fourth of it so far. Now, I've not done a ton of modeling this year, but again, crank the air pressure up, shoot that out. You want it, and you want to get up above the model by quite a bit, a couple of feet, and shoot down onto it so that the paint is almost dry when it lands.
Okay, nice. Our other resident weathering guru, Ralph, has asked, where can he find more pictures of your work?
I've got a few out there online. The website that was at the bottom of all the pages is very sadly out of date. I mean, when I say sadly, I don't think I've updated it in a decade. I've got a whole bunch of stuff I need to put out there. North Texas Narrow Gauge Group, ntxng.com, has some building phases, structures of our layout. I had a few pictures of it there in the slide deck. That's our entire group's work. There's a set of buildings that's on the right-hand edge of the layout. I built most of those structures, not the engine house. That was a friend of mine named Charlie Kirk, another master model railroader here in the area. But the other structures on that end I did. There's a number of photographs out on Purgatory and DevilRiver.com that I hope to get updated in the next coming months. But that's where the bulk of it will be.
Okay. I see there's one question over in YouTube from David asking, is there going to be a print copy of this clinic available?
If this clinic is still not available on LoneStarRegion.com, that is our LSR's website. If that's not still available out there, I will get with our webmaster. He's a good friend of mine, and I will make sure he gets a copy of that and gets it posted. In fact, the clinic version that's online has another section to it that I didn't cover. I cut an entire section out of it for time, talking about different supplies, so different materials and things. So if it's not up there, I will update a few things on it, and I will get it to Jeff, and we'll get that uploaded. Again, LoneStarRegion.com. It'll be in a clinic section. A lot of good clinics out there.
Great. How about you, Martin? Anything that you can see over there in the chat?
Yeah. Yeah, one spot on the wall is a little flatter than the rest. Yeah, it's that's a very important note, and I should have mentioned that. Yeah, you definitely do not want hot water because that is a mistake you will only make once. It is stunning how many things we learn the hard way in this hobby, and that's the ones that always stick with you the best, unfortunately. But yes, warm water, not hot. But it helps warm the chemicals up. It helps it flow better out of the can. Again, I really like Tamiya, however you want to pronounce it. I really like that one. And I think a lot of it just gets down to more of the tip that's on the can than it is. I'm not a big fan of the one that's on testers cans these days. For the longest time, I was saving the old tips and cleaning them out and putting them on the new cans. And I've run out of those now. So now I'm buying the other brand. But Vallejo, mix it up, throw it out of your bear brush. Works really, really nice. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, and I just got those a couple of weeks ago. And in fact, I was looking around to see if I could hold up the box. They've got several different smaller sets, and you can get those on Amazon and different places. Here in the States, the bigger box set that has all 37 colors, I think it is, that box set's a little hard to find. I actually just ordered mine straight from AK Interactive online, and they ship from Spain, I think it is. But I ordered mine on a Sunday evening, and Wednesday, DHL dropped it off on my front porch. They work a lot like the Prismacolor pencils I've always used. So you can get them really fine tipped. You can get in between the edges of boards where they make a 90 degree. You can get into that crack there, But the ability to get them damp and then let that run and be able to blend them with your finger, it's geared for just weathering. So it's browns and rust colors and a few reds, a few oranges, things like that. And there's some metallics in there as well. So it's a really neat little set. I've had mine for about a month now, and I've been playing around with it, and I'm really, really happy with the effects.
Okay. I see there's a couple of comments. Do you have your mic on mute again, Martin?
Oh, there we go.
Yes, perfect.
Yep. I was on mute, so I was asking Dwayne here about the AK Interactive pencils, and that's why he started talking about AK Interactive pencils after a short silent burst. So I'll get used to hitting two buttons to talk soon.
There they are.
And he's found them.
Yeah, we won't hold it against you after this 60 hours of air travel that we've had.
Yep.
There, I just noticed Richard's got a question or a comment over in the Facebook chat. I noticed that in the background you have your paint rack storing all your paints horizontally. Any reason on that?
Yeah, because I found it and it would hold a lot of paint in the same spot. It swivels around. The more I've had it, the more I don't like it because it does swivel and it's longer than it is deep. So it actually eats up an awful lot of space. I will probably make a similar rack to what you see holding up all my Vallejo paints. Vallejo sells a rack that you can buy to store your paints in. I'm lucky enough to have a laser, so they gave me a picture. So at that point, I knew what to do. So I drew it up and cut my own out of a laser and out of acrylic. And I will probably make a similar stand for all of these. It has nothing to do with trying to keep the paint in a certain position or anything like that. It's what was available. So I will probably be changing that and go to a more tiered and verticals type storage at some point in the not too distant future.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Anything else that you can see in the chat that I've missed?
I'm just having a scan over it now, and I don't see if Gordy'd leave my mouse alone because he's now connected to the computer. I'm just having a look through the chat. No, I think we covered most bases there. So, and I've remembered to turn my mic on, so that's a bonus.
So that's all good.
If anybody has any other questions, the link that was at the bottom of all the slides, there's a contact us link on that website, and that will reach out to me and my father, Paul Richardson, MMR. He was the former National AP chairman. It'll reach out to either one of us, and one of us will get back to you with an answer of some sort. And I will make a quick plug for the achievement program. It will make you a better modeler. If you have any questions, shoot me an email. I'll get you in contact with your regional guy. I'll answer any questions that you have. But again, I guarantee it will be the best thing you do for your hobby. Get involved in the achievement program.
No problem. Well, I think that's it. We'd like to thank you very much, Dwayne, for your time and and coming on here. And I think we'll be getting you back to do some more. Looks like somebody's pleased to be somewhere.
My dog just saw a squirrel, so.
Okay, so I'll hit the button here, and we shall be back in a couple of seconds with a few public service announcements, I'd say.
Thanks all.
Hey everyone, it's Gordy here. Not from the bottom of the helix, but from Orkney, and I'm now we're gonna do a shift change just here in just a second of NMRAx hosting team. The Aussies are gonna go to bed because it's 2 o'clock in the morning in Australia, and it's gonna be me and Speed from the bottom of the helix who's gonna take over and run the second half of today's event. I've been watching some stuff on YouTube and on Facebook, and I had both Facebook and YouTube going at the same time. So it's all cool. So it's been good. I hope everyone's enjoyed it. If those on Facebook, I hope you're enjoying the subtitles. How that's going to work with Gordy, I'm not quite sure, but hey, we'll see. So yeah, if you've not already done it though, make sure that you make a post. Ideally, share the feed when we restart it because everyone will want to find it. So share the new feed in a couple of minutes when we restart it, and put hashtag NMRAx on your post, and you'll be entered into our prize draw where you can win a $50 gift card. And we'll be putting that out on our Facebook page. Hopefully, we'll be able to do the draw before we shut down for the night. But if not, we will put it out on the Facebook page, and hopefully you'll get in touch with you. Okay, so we're going to kill this right now, and we'll be back with a new stream in a few minutes. Just keep your eyes open for it.